Morning everyone, we are here at Piha Beach. Welcome to the Super 16 presented by Skinny, Sungel and Volkswagen. Myself, Gavin Bisman, joined by my good friend Mr. Ben Kennings from
Morning,
Surf
Gav.
New Zealand. How are you, buddy?
Good, thanks, Gav. How are you?
It is good mate. It is pumping out there today. It is a beautiful day here at Piha. We're at South Piha. Obviously, I woke up on the north side and went, wow, that looks a lot better than yesterday. So we have been blessed with sunshine, pumping waves, offshore conditions. It's going to be a show.
It is. I'm surprised. I thought the swell was going to be a little smaller this morning.
Yep.
But it's definitely booted overnight. The wind definitely has some easterly in it, which is good. It's going to be offshore.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed that holds for most of the day.
There's some solid sets for sure. You can see on the screen right now, of course, we've got a full little morning of action. So we're going to do the open men's quarterfinals, followed by the women's semi-finals, then into the men's semis, the women's finals, and the men's finals. So sort of obviously we're kicking off now about 10 a.m, roughly 2 p.m, sort of from about 1 p.m. to 2 p.m, those will be the main finals. But settle in, tune on in. Well, we are coming to you live via the skysportnext, of course, via the YouTube link. You'll find that across all the media. Otherwise, Sky Sport Channel 9.
Yes, indeed.
So, tune in if you haven't already. Send the link out to all your friends and family, and you're going to watch the best of the best. We've had 5 series so far on the national circuit.
Yeah, we kicked off here at Piha with the national championships in January. Went to Raglan,
Yep.
Dunedin, Christchurch, back to Taranaki.
Good to see. I feel like this year we've really got around the country too. It's a really great national series. We've managed to get those key events down the South Island.
Mm-hmm.
We were really lucky to get Taranaki. Not all the time can we get down there, but we got down the coast, scored some amazing conditions for the finals day as well.
Yeah, the surf was really good at Taranaki, and the surfing was phenomenal as well. We had Ricardo Christie win that leg of the series. Unfortunately, he can't be here this weekend due to work commitments, but the surfing was top-notch from all the...
Yeah, I guess it's kind of funny. We start with quarterfinals. Obviously, we're used to doing a full weekend, but this different format is literally the best of the best. So the winners from all the events, and then, of course, effectively the top 16 surfers are only. It's almost like an invite only. You've had to qualify to be at this event today, so there's a bit of prestige around who's here and who's turning up to take the crown.
Yeah, and top 8 females as well. So it just gives the surfers something to surf towards all season. And then you climax with the final event at Piha. It's only 4-hour window, so we're really lucky that we've got the conditions we have today.
Well, I say that's been the beautiful thing. We could just time it for the tides, and we've got an incoming tide.
Yeah, we've got a midday full tide, so we're going to have 2 hours each side of that, which should mean that we have some good waves over that full tide period.
Well, given the opportunity, I'd get out there for a grovel. So, but no one wants to see that.
But, who have we got then?
Well, we're going to have, first head is going to have Connor McLennan from Christchurch, Jared Hancock from Taranaki, Doone Kennings from here at Piha, and Callum Shooter from Mount Maunganui. So, straight away, mate, surfers from all around the country, all the regions, and that would be a final on any other day.
Yeah, so. Jared Hancock's won the South Island Champs, so that was a big win for him, his first ever in his career.
Yeah.
Heat 2's good as well. Taylor Hutch, Sean Peggs, Zen Wallace and Joseph Youngworth as well from Raglan. So that's a good matchup, but I think everyone wants to have a look at number 3.
Yeah, indeed. Daniel Farr, Billy Stearman is back in Aotearoa and competing again. Caleb Cutmore as well, the young Grom from Raglan, and Mr. Paul Moretti, sort of from Māori Bay at the moment, but based in Northland as well. So that's going to be an amazing heat to watch.
Yep.
And heat 4, mate.
Yeah, rounding out the quarterfinals, Levi Stewart, Jay Piper Helian, Ruben Woods and Tom Robinson as well. So a little bit of youth there in Tom Robinson. He was competing yesterday in the junior event and also backs up today.
It's I was going to say, it's pretty cool to see like the likes of Joseph and Tom Robinson. Some of the young, juniors have stepped up this year in the Open Men's National Series as well. And then also, too, on the other side of that, though, you've got a few wild cards like my good mate Ruben Woods. He lives down there down near me in Papamoa. Hails from Gisborne originally, but Rubes is in the over 40s club. Normally he'd be doing the old seniors divisions, but he's actually gone pretty good in a few of these opens. So, mate, I'm amping and backing a few of the old boys.
Absolutely. And then into the women's division as well. Ava Henderson, been on a tear all year. Anna Brock, Ariana Shuri and Zana Hutchison in that first heat.
That is going to be a cracker. Ava Henderson has just been if you don't already know that name in New Zealand surfing, you're about to be introduced to one of the rising stars, and I dare say she is going to go far if she chooses surfing as a career. She's a phenomenal surfer and showing what a talent she already is.
Yeah, absolutely. Won the under-18s yesterday, another junior surfer that's coming through. In the second heat as well, Natasha Goldsberry, local girl Gabriella Paul. Look forward to seeing her. Georgia Wetherall,
Yeah, it's good to see
from the
Georgia.
Mount. Yep, and Ella Williams, our provisional Olympic athlete for Tokyo 2020.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the other thing too. I mean, there is an event coming up very shortly in El Salvador, I believe, the ISA Games event that's like the other qualifier for the Olympics. But today we have two Olympians here at Piha with us, with Billy Stearman and Ella Williams in the draw.
That's right, yep. So looking forward to them.
How far away are we to the Olympics? It's not far now.
I think it's 10 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think we've got that first heat underway already.
If you've got the jitters for a little heat at Piha, that'd be a next level situation to pal out the Olympics, mate. It looked like June Kennings. We are kicking off heat number 1 here. Little replay there, you see Dooney in the green. Just a little foamy one, and kind of realises, like, yeah, actually, I can do better. I can find more out there. You'll see on the Skinny Sungel replay. So we start off the morning, all the early rounds are 20-minute heats, and then we move into 25-minute grand finals later on.
Yeah, 20-minute heats for the quarters and semis, 25-minute finals. The surfers supposed to build throughout the day, so I want to give surfers as much opportunity as possible to sort of pick the eyes out of the swell.
Yeah, I think, well, mate, we like say we did the juniors yesterday, the under-16s, under-18s, and they had some pretty testing conditions. It was quite a different scenario, quite junky, quite grey, and I mean, there was some amazing surfing still going down, but today is looking pumping for our Open Men's and Open Women's grand finalists. And I guess, for us, it's a great chance for them to put on a showcase of the best and be here to kind of take that title. It's kind of more of a bragging rights situation today. I mean, we've got some divisional winners already decided just because people like Taylor Hutchinson have had such strong results through the series, but and others we'll get into. But today it's definitely still about that crowning our champion to wrap up the New Zealand Surf Series.
Yeah, and I mean, Taylor has been dominant all season. He won the Rip Curl Pro at Raglan. He grew up surfing that break, so yeah, he surfed really well. And then he also won the Canterbury Champs too, the Exit Surf Canterbury Champs, that was held over Anzac weekend. And that really just catapulted him out into a lead that no one could catch up on.
Yeah, it's actually been really cool to see this year that, we get a few of the South Islanders come up and chase some of the points in the series in the North Island, but I think this year it's been everyone, I think maybe because everyone's had that opportunity to be at home as well, whether that's been a little bit forced upon us by the current world situation, but until recently anyway, but everyone's actually gone, if I'm going to be home, I'm going to actually get in the car and do a few roadies down south. And so the competition at all the national events has been really strong. We've had literally everyone coming back out of the woodwork and getting into it. We haven't missed anyone to some of the QS events or if they're chasing just some fun waves in Indo or Aussie or anything like that. Everyone's actually stayed at home and travelled the country looking for good waves.
Yeah, and I guess we're super lucky, there's not many other countries around the world that have been able to run surfing events over the last 6 months, or 18 months really, but over the last 6 months in New Zealand we've been very fortunate. Australia's kicking off again. I see Europe's just started to hold events now, but for the main, no one's been surfing.
No, I was going to say, I think when we were here for Nationals, we were pretty much, well, I think I actually claimed it, bragged about it, that we were the only country in the world able to hold a real live surf event.
Yep.
So everyone else is just trying to figure out how to make video clips, but we could run the real thing.
Yeah.
Now we see all our surfers. That looks like the young man I was going to say. That's Jared Hancock's, the elder statesman from Taranaki, actually. J. Rod, as we affectionately call our good friend from Taranaki, J. Rod, in the real estate game down there in the Naki. But, mate, that man knows every little spot around the coastline of New Zealand. Surfed all over the country, all over the world. J. Rod out there for quarterfinal number 1. So it looks like we also had, I think it was Connor McLennan on a wave there as well, the young man in the red from Christchurch. You can see Connor really stepped up in the last sort of 2 years. I reckon it was a little bit obviously hard last year. A lot of events changed or cancelled or postponed. But here we see Doon Kennings on screen as well. The young man spends, he's actually, this is base again, isn't it? He spends a lot of time in Whangamata, but this is home.
Yep, this is his home, and he's doing a building apprenticeship here at Piha, so surfs it a lot. You can see they've actually, looks like they've gone into the middle of the beach here.
Yeah.
And they surf that right-hander a lot.
Yep, indeed. It's even yesterday with the sort of more onshore conditions, it was definitely a favourable sort of a peak once this tide filled in. Here we see Dooney on the Skinny's replay. So we'll just wait. Still just the opening sort of account. Nice little cutty there and tags that little oncoming section. You can see there's a little bit of wobble still from the sort of wind swell that's underneath this fresh new ground swell that's going to build today. So still up to the competitors. Wave selection is going to be a key thing for them to deal with today. So we'll just wait. We'll get all the things. Oh, look, the keyhole board rise settled in down the south side there of South Piha. Young man in blue, Callum Shooter from Mount Maunganui. Good to see Callum in the mix as well. Just chipping away. It's just been quietly turning up the events, doing the damage, and has found himself selected to be a part of this top 16 today here at Piha. So it's been cool to see too the likes of Taylor Hutch has actually recently been based at Raglan, well, all of his life at this stage, and then just recently over the summer has moved over to my side at Paps, so he'll have to change the amount of foam in his boards for no doubt, but we get good waves, so not the consistency and the power that you're used to from Raglan, but it's good to see Taylor Hutch and a few of the crew jumping on the east side to keep things lively, change it up a little bit. It's nice to see no one's out there on twin fins and Minnie Mouse today, though, mate. She's all high performance.
It is, and it's like Connor McLennan as well. He's come up from Christchurch, and he was part of the Raglan Surf Academy.
He's got booties on. It's not that cold out there.
Those South Islanders love to ride in booties, so
it's what you're used to, right? Like,
yeah.
I gave him a bit of grief about in the car park, a little bit of jest, but I was like, dude, it's pretty warm actually. It's actually really nice in the water for a surf on Friday and yesterday, but yeah, he's like, well, it's just what I'm used to. So it's pretty funny. I was like, run the tropical reef booties maybe. But it's how you know where they're from, eh? The South Islanders always love a good pair of booties. Here we see Doon Kennings finding a little left-hander. Just does well to ride out that one, making a bit of a statement for the judges, let them know. Wave completed, finished properly.
And I think, getting two good waves, within that first 10 minutes is going to be key. So all the surfers scored off their best two waves. 20 minutes, they can catch as many waves as they want, but it is only about your best two. So you can either go for broke and try and catch as many as you can and hope you hit the jackpot, or you can be patient out there and pick off the two best waves that you see come through and use that strategy to get through.
Oh, look at this one bottoming out. Jared Hancock's through the roof. Oh, just gets bounced on the rebound there as he tries to stick to the landing. A nice, good section. Sort of unassuming. You're kind of like, oh, it's 2 foot, and then it drops. Almost looks like it's below sea level as it hits the bank there on the inside. It's real shallow. I know talking to a couple of guys in the car park this morning. One got pounded on the sand first thing this morning to rattle the bones and wake up. So,
yeah, I think on that low tide this morning too, it's kind of breaking out on the outer banks, and it looked really solid. I think as this tide's coming in, there's still those big sets.
Bit more user-friendly.
Bit more user-friendly, I think, for sure, Gav.
Here we see Callum just trying to get the read on this one. Does well to finish that second section. Obviously, there's a bit of controversy in one of the most recent WSL events about the whole, what contributes to a finished wave. But you'll see here Callum, a little bit wobbly on that first turn, but just makes a statement on the second one. But again, makes a point of riding out cleanly. Just letting the judges know, hey, I've finished that wave strong. I mean, it can be a key factor in the score that's allocated to the wave.
Yeah, and there's 3 judges on that panel. They want to see somebody big manoeuvres, innovative, critical sections, combinations of major manoeuvres, so major turns, and all completed with speed, power, and flow, SPF. That's what they're looking for. And
tick a few of the boxes and you'll get the points, right?
Yeah, tick the boxes, you'll get the points.
I mean, for all the people out there who are watching, Jared Hancock's on screen right now. The judges are working off a scale of 10 or less. So 1 is obviously pretty bad. It's pretty much an in and out, or you fell over the falls kind of thing. Your 10 point is the most perfect wave you can ever get. So here we see J Rod, big bottom turn, cracks the lip, throats through it. Now, single manoeuvres can still be scored into that, can be excellent rides even with single big ears or those sort of amazing manoeuvres. Good turns like that can still lock down 3, 4, 5 point kind of rides depending on conditions and I guess what the judges are seeing from the other surfers. So for people at home, it's kind of like, it's kind of, we work on a 0 to 2, a 2 to 4. That's your kind of poor to fair waves. Then that 4 to 6 is the average kind of category. Then you're looking at sort of 6 to 8. It's good surfing. It's going to be rewarded with those 6, 7 point rides. and then that 8 to 10 round, the excellent waves and excellent scores.
Yeah, I think for today at Piha, it's either going to be the surfers that show that commitment on those big closeout manoeuvres, whether it's a one-turn wave or not. That's going to be super high scoring because you're going to be committed turns. But
we saw a few barrels this morning first thing too. So
yep.
I'd like to see if someone gets a good throaty left-hand tube, kind of where the judges go with that. It's a tricky thing because you're like, oh, they didn't even do a turn. But I mean, you get a good 3 or 4 second little barrel out there, I dare say the judges will throw something fairly excellent at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Piha being quite short, if somebody's going to get that wave that allows them to do those multiple manoeuvres, a combination of major manoeuvres, that's what's going to score high. So that comes down to that wave selection thing.
Yeah, we saw Callum Shooter in that last one with the skinny Sungel replay, locking in kind of 3 nice tidy turns. Nothing probably super critical, but again, a nicely surfed flight. For me, I'd be like, well, to me, if I'm standing on the beach, like we just saw some people checking out the action, like, well, that's good surfing. Straight away, the judges are probably thinking the same. I'm not going to worry about throwing scores. I'm just going to enjoy watching the show. Jared Hancock's getting a bit of a run here on this left-hander. Does well, sticking with it and waiting for the inside to finish. Oh, out the back, Doon Kennings. Oh, I love the action. Beautiful cross. Big Larry layback from Doon Kennings. And a little bit wobbly, but makes the move. Oh, whoo.
Looks like a free surfer there, down the beach.
Old mate's taking that one in, I reckon. Come in, mate. Park up, sit up in amongst here, the skinny Sungel picnic area. Chuck on your skinny Sungel, sit on the beach and enjoy the action till we see grand finals from about 1 p.m. this afternoon. You'll see in the corner of your screen there, just under 8 minutes remaining for the surfers. So again, we talked about 20-minute heats. I mean, yesterday with those trying conditions, for me, it was probably like a lot of the juniors did the right thing. They just caught anything and everything they could. Today, I dare say, with better conditions, it's going to be a matter of kind of being a bit more patient, trying to pick your waves and try and get the better ones. This one looking pretty foamy for Conor McLennan.
Yeah. And I think it sounds like the scores is just starting to roll through now, so there's a couple of technical difficulties there to start. But
I think the technician just needed one extra coffee before we got the show going, mate.
Yeah, they're starting to come through, so we'll be able to give an update on how the heat's unfolding.
Otherwise, we do have, for people who want to see live scores as well, compusurf.com.au. So that is COMPUSURF, compusurf.com.au. You can jump on the old mobile phone or wherever you are on the lappy and log that in. You can see live scores coming through the feed there as well, direct from the judging tower just beside us. Otherwise, obviously, here in the live vision, you can actually enjoy the surfing as well. Yeah, look, you can see a bit of wobble there. The boys have come right over into the middle of South P. You'll see, obviously, to the side there where we sometimes we have the Piha bar.
Sometimes.
It's a rare beast, but a beautiful beast it is.
And it's on.
Yep. But today it looks like we're going to be more about the middle of the beach, especially with that incoming tide till lunchtime. A lot of the guys I talked to this morning, a few of the local boys were saying that can be quite fun for the fuller tide. And I don't know, I'm kind of one of those guys that, I mean, if Junior Kennings in my heat, well, I'm pretty much know I'm not getting first, but mainly I'd be more trying to sit near him because I'm like, he's going to know where to surf in this place. So wherever Junior's going, I'm just going to be a little shadow around him.
Yeah.
That'd be my tactic. That's about the only game plan I could have.
Yeah, I think a lot of the natural footers will head over into the middle of the beach and try and get those right-handers.
Yeah, I never see a left-hander. It's only rights where I go surfing, mate.
Yeah.
So even at Raglan, I managed to find a couple of right-handers.
Yeah, but and those waves in the middle, I think, are a little bit bigger as well and a bit more punchier than the bar as well, which can get a bit of a wobble on it over that full tide. So critical waves, potential to score higher points.
See some beautiful vision there from our friends at skysportnext. The drone is up, soaking up the sunshine and the good views. Mate, I'm actually seriously pumped at how good it is today. Last night, even on dark, we were down North End and just watching, and I was like, man, I really hope we can get a good canvas today for everyone to perform on and put on a show for everyone at home. And we have been blessed here at Piha for the grand finals, pretty much the penultimate event for our summer. Well, this is the big old wrap-up for summer.
Nationally, this is our final event. So, been running since January. Well, actually been running since October.
Yeah.
A bunch of events pre-Christmas, and then through the early 4 or 5 months of this year, this series has been taking place. And, the days are starting to get shorter and colder, and it's time to switch out the gear. Well, most people will surf over winter, but we try and cut the season around May.
People want to turn up to the beach and enjoy being warm and having the sun on their back while they enjoy watching the surfing. It's a bit hard to do that probably mid-July with snow on the hills and a bit of rain. Us core crew, of course, we don't mind that. It's a nice time to surf during the winter and there's a few less crowds, but not so good for spectators.
No, the waves are always good in winter as well, no doubt about it.
Don't tell them.
Yeah, but people do other things, and in terms of young surfers, they've got a lot of winter sport that they play as well. And when you start running summer sport over winter sport, people have got to choose. So rather prefer them to do both. Indeed.
A little bit of off-season training, perhaps. I mean, we talk about, obviously, like there we're talking about, from a sport point of view, obviously for, surfing is a passion, a lifestyle and all those sorts of things. For me, for people like me who aren't that good at wearing rash shirts, it's definitely just about lifestyle and having fun doing it. But for these guys, it's kind of like becomes competition and they get to a point where now it's a sport, it's a real thing. We're now an Olympic sport. Surfing New Zealand obviously has a bit of a pathway for that to help sort of mentor our younger surfers, but even the likes of Billy Stearman and Ella getting to the Olympics and chasing those dreams of being a professional surfer?
Yeah, absolutely. So you have to qualify either via the World Surf League and the World Tour, or you can qualify through the ISA, the International Surfing Association, World Surfing Games. So we have 2 spots that are secure for Tokyo, and currently they're with with Ella Williams and Billy Stearman. And after the next World Surfing Games in El Salvador, which start on the 27th of this month, we might get another surfer.
Yeah, so we are part of the Oceania branch of sort of the qualifying series as such.
Yeah.
We're under that, so we share that with the likes of Fiji and some of the other islands, is that?
Yeah, so Oceania is New Zealand, Australia, Fiji, Samoa, Tonga.
All the Pacific?
Yeah, all the Pacific.
Yep.
And out of that, the top qualifier or the top surfer from the Oceania region at the World Surfing Games gets a spot into the Olympics, provided that they finish inside the top 30.
Okay, so it's a qualifying situation, almost like, you've got to get to those finals at El Salvador and kind of put your name forward. I know you mentioned briefly there Paige Harab, and we know she's going over to El Salvador.
Yes.
Young Safi Vetti from Gisborne as well, I believe.
Yep, the 2 girls are off next week.
Yep, and the gentleman at the moment, I know it's kind of been a bit of a challenge. Billy's obviously, he's got that provisional qualification and he's, I think, opting to stay here. He's been in Aussie chasing a few events, looking at options there. I know we've got young Kehu Butler at the moment. I think he might just actually come back to New Zealand, but he's been based in Australia sort of most of the summer, chasing a few of the events they've had since they've got going again. Is any mention of him going to El Salvador?
No, so there's a World Surf League Australasian event on at the same time, or just after, but our surfers can't get back from El Salvador, quarantine, and then get over to Australia for that event. So it was one or the other for a lot of guys. So for Kehu and also Elliot Pairata Reid, they said, well, we're trying to get onto the Challenger Series for the World Surf League at the end of this year. That's our goal at the moment. That's what we've been working towards all season. So we're going to keep chasing that.
And I guess for those guys too, they're at that age where, being a bit younger, and now that, hopefully Olympics becomes a pathway for them in the future, it's kind of like, well, look at that as the option for now, chase the dream there, and they know they've got a few years up their sleeve to work towards the next Olympics and garner the spot then, I guess. Hopefully we'll actually get Elliot in the booth later on today. He's a Piha local. He's home back here at Keyhole Board Riders. So hopefully we can drag him off the sand dunes down the end of the south side there. They've got the tent set up, but we'll grab Elliot a bit later on. Be good to have a chat to him about some of the events he's been doing and then is about to do as well. Some of the amazing free surfing going down in Aussie. Right now we're inside the last 30 seconds of this first quarter final. We see that looked like Connor McLennan going for broke. I'm still waiting for a few scores to come in, unfortunately, so my apologies there, but looks like she's been pretty close. The only real wave I can see is probably one of the biggest standouts was that one of Callum earlier on. I'd say, those sort of 3 major manoeuvres in that good range, but we've seen a couple of big turns from the likes of Doon, the big layback, that other nice big turn from Jared Hancock's. And you can hear there the loud hooter wrapping up quarterfinal and number 1. We'll roll into quarterfinal 2. We were talking about obviously throughout the summer. We've obviously we were here at Piha for Nationals during the second week of January, but we've had 5 other events pre today. We've had the Women's Canterbury Champs in Christchurch.
Yep.
A massive one, of course, was the Rip Curl Pro in Raglan, men's and women's event there, and then the Emerson South Island Champs in Dunedin. That was a massive event this year. Looked like a lot of crew from around the country travelled down for that.
Yeah, and I think they got good waves too for that event. So Dunedin's always a lovely place to go to.
It is cold, but it is good.
Yep.
Yep. Pack the booties, but you're guaranteed to score a few good waves down there. And then, of course, the Backdoor Pro in Taranaki just only a couple of weeks ago down there. And again, looks like you got some pretty fun small conditions day one, and then some pumping point break conditions on grand final day down there.
Yeah, the first day was really small at Back Beach, and then we're lucky to surf Stent Road on the last day. And the surfing is good. Anytime you get a right hand point break, or you're at Raglan and you've got a perfect left hand point break, really gives the surfers that opportunity to perform. And Raglan was good this year as well.
Yeah, we got
clean,
beautiful conditions at Raglan. Yeah, I remember that being. It was kind of one of those swells where there was a few lulls, but it meant so there wasn't a lot of waves ridden, but every single wave ridden was like a beautiful 3 to 4 foot classy left-hand wall. So the surfing there was absolutely outstanding. Actually, I think it was one of the most amazing events I've seen. I think that's when you get an event like that and you're given the surfers are given a situation where they can actually really put on a show and display their surfing. I think it's actually a proud moment to walk away from that weekend and go, man, we've got some amazing surfers in our country.
Yep.
Given the opportunity to sort of show what they can do. We see Jared Hancock's one of those very lucky people who have done well this season and have qualified to be here for the Super 16 event. J-Rod coming on up. He always loves a bit of colour on the old boards, old J-Rod. Tell you what, if J-Rod wins the Super 16 today, I might be able to get him to do a little rap at the end. He loves a good celebration rap story instead of a speech. So we see quarterfinal number 2 on your screen. It is going to be Taylor Hutchinson in the red. Sean Peggs, he's come back. Peggsy, he was, just went away, settled down in Tairua, doing a bit of work, chipping away, but the last actually has a Nationals this year, showed up and blew up and took it out as well. Well, a few of the divisions. Zen Wallace, our good mate from here at Piha, out there in the green, and young Joseph from Raglan out there in the blue. So a pretty stacked heat, but again, quite a mix of different guys from different regions, and none of those guys. Well, I guess Sean Peggs would be kind of considered the older guy, probably in the 30s up club nowadays.
Yep.
He's our national champ, actually, isn't he?
In the senior division, he won the Nationals here at Piha, and I think he advanced through to the semi-finals of the Open Men's.
Yeah, yep.
So surfing really good, and comes from Tairua. He's actually got a bunch of young surfers from Tairua under his wing at the moment. He takes them around surfing. They were down in Taranaki the other weekend.
Epic.
So he's just sort of bringing through that next generation of surfers, which is really cool to see him impart some of his knowledge to them.
Yeah, and Peggsy, mate, he's just such a nice guy too. I wouldn't mind a call up for a road trip with Peggsy. He's going to find good waves, and it's definitely going to be a bit of fun time. Taylor Hutch, of course, he's pretty much our National Series champion, Mr. Taylor Hutchinson, like we spoke of with those 2 big wins throughout the season. So I dare say Taylor will want to kind of finish on a high and claim the crown today as well, just to make a bit of a point of going, yeah, boys, that's mine. I've wrapped this whole series up.
Yep. And he also performed well at the Nationals here as well. So he usually does good at Piha. I think he placed 3rd at the Nationals behind Billy Stearman, who took it out, and also Kehu Butler was back for that event as well. So it was a really tough final, but I think that 3rd is probably one of the results that he'd like to look back on fondly this year.
Indeed. So unofficially, but it did look like Doon Kennings and Callum Shooter actually made heat number 1. I'll just wait for official results. We'll get those up on the screen shortly. So they'll be moved through to the men's semi-finals. So this will decide, this heat right now, men's qualifying round 2, will decide who meets them in that first of the semi-finals. So if you're anywhere near Auckland right now, jump in the car, head on out. South Piha, it is beautiful out here. The sun is beaming. Fun, clean, offshore waves. Good kind of, well, it's almost deceiving on screen. I was going to say 2 to 4 foot, but there's a couple of solid ones that roll through.
Yeah, and I talked about it this morning being 4 to 6 foot, but as that tide has pushed in, I think it may have eased a little bit. Is expected to build throughout the day.
Yeah, we've got a pretty solid swell coming, so might be good to wrap it up by 2 o'clock before she gets pretty gnarly out there. You'll see, there you go, the Skinny's Sungel beanbags set up. Come on down, park up. Otherwise, of course, anywhere around the country, got a few buddies even from abroad tuned in via the skysportnext YouTube link. Otherwise, Sky Sport 9 if you're watching us online, but you've got Sky at home there. Sky Sport Channel 9, we are live from now until about 2 p.m. Quarterfinal number 1 there we see. It is Doon Kennings taking the win there, and Callum Shooter, young fella from the Mount, making his way through to semi-finals as well. So unfortunately for Jared Hancock's and Connor bowing out. Quarterfinal there we see Mr. Sean Peggs. Nice little surfing on the backhand.
2-turn combo there from Sean.
Wraps it up. Nice bottom turn. You see just nice flow with Peggsy. And then that last turn sort of throwing the fins a bit more, showing the judges a little bit more commitment to the turn, a little bit of flair. So I'm sure he'll be well rewarded.
Well, Gav, I think I'm going to go and...
Mate, you better go run this event.
Yeah.
You are our official contest director, and I'm sure that people are wandering around going, where's Ben? I need a...
Phone's going mad. Phone's going mad.
So you go and keep things under control there, buddy. I will settle in and we'll enjoy the action.
Yeah, and
cheers,
I'll bring
boss.
in the extra help, the extra voice.
Sounds good, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
See you soon, mate. And we'll see right now on screen, that is young Joseph trying to wait for the reform on this one all the way through here at South Peatheart. Unfortunately, doesn't quite find the link, but doing well to stick with it. See on the Skinny Sungel replay. Clean, glassy, offshore conditions. Nice little cutty there from Joseph. And again, a nice turn. Just waited, really wanted a bit more of a wall on this one. So we will step out shortly. We'll try and get a hold of Doon Kennings and have a little chat to him about that heat win for quarterfinal number 1. Looks like Taylor Hutch up and riding. As I said, spent his junior career based there in Raglan. Phenomenal surfer, especially on his backhand. So I dare say Taylor's used to going upside down and inside out on those left-hand walls at Raglan. So he'll just be trying to ease into it. Sean Peggs locks in the 7.14. You can see on your screen. Zim Wallace on screen right now has that 4.33 locked in. Just gets around that first section, does well, and then absolutely smashes that last section. So only the 2 manoeuvres, but nicely done. I will jump out and I will catch up with Doon Kennings, our winner from quarterfinal number 1. Dooney, how was it, mate? Bit wobbly out there. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a bit wobbly this morning, but still a few diamonds in the rough out there, and
polishing them up. I trust me, mate. You must be happy you're at home. Waves are on. It's pumping. Like it's going to be offshore all day. We've got swell building. Now, you've got to feel comfortable out there.
Yeah, like this morning I just woke up and just felt like right at home, and it's just a normal day. Go out, get some waves, have some fun, and put on a performance, hopefully.
Mate, I look forward to it. You're into semi-final number 1, brother, so let's see more of the same, champ. Yeah. And hopefully we'll see grand finals.
Yeah, hopefully. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get into it. Stay tuned. Now we see Doon Kennings. He's right. He's comfortable at home. Beautiful day here for a little Sunday surf session here for the New Zealand Super 16 Grand Finals presented by our friends at Skinny Sungel and Volkswagen. Great to have them both on board helping make this event possible. Of course, we have Billy Stearman coming up shortly as well, our current national champ. He's going to be in there for quarterfinal number 3. But right now, Sean Peggs flaring on the backhand here from Tairua. And again, nice tidy finish for Peggsy. So looks like young Joseph with a couple of waves. But yeah, Peggsy had the 5.67 already locked in. So a nice solid score. Here we see on the replay, Peggsy, nice turn, and backs up another one. That was more of a set-up turn for a nice strong finish. Does well, hits the oncoming section, and just rides on out. Zem Wallace, a 4.33 on his first wave. We're still waiting on that second score, I believe, with the nice big turns. And then Taylor Hutch had a little in and out, and then another little wave. So everyone keep him busy. Young Joseph on screen right now. Through the roof on that one, and just getting a bit caught up in the white water there. That's when you want to try and ride out a bit more cleaner, so to make it more concisive for the judges to understand that you've completed the wave. You can see, so 20-minute heats. So you're halfway through. Now, by now, you want to kind of have made sure you've got at least one good score locked in. Otherwise, pressure is on. And sort of you start to either change the game plan if you had one and you're like, that hasn't quite worked, I'll change it up a bit. Otherwise, it is time to get busy. If you haven't got those scores, and you're going to try and look around under priority. We have priority in effect for this event, so it means all the surfers are sort of given a place of who gets which wave when they come in. Kind of takes a lot of the hassle out of it. It's kind of nice, and it just means you can concentrate. I mean, as a surfer, they can concentrate on their surfing and performing without worrying too much about hassling for waves. It's my pleasure to invite my good buddy in, Mr. Elliot Podata Reid. How are you, bro?
Good, bro. How are you?
Good, mate. Good. You turned it on for us, mate. Hey?
Oh, yeah, Mother Nature, mate.
Dialed up.
Good. Yeah, it wasn't too pretty yesterday, but sick to wake up this morning with some good waves on offer.
Save the best for last, mate. Sunshine, offshores, and some fun waves. Bit of swell, which is good too. You said it was pretty much a bit of a grovelly wind swell, but junior surfers did well. But today we've got some great conditions out there. How you haven't been home for long, have you?
Oh, I've been home for about a month now, the waves have been pretty fun, like the whole time I've been back, so that's been sick. Yeah,
I think a lot of the locals are saying yesterday it was almost nice to have a day off.
Yeah, I haven't seen PR like that very often. It's weird, I guess. A lot of these comps are small and onshore, and then you expect to come to PR and get some juice, but yesterday didn't really offer it, but the grommies were still ripping. And
well, we've seen a few bigger sets today. It's definitely good, mate. I know earlier this week there's been some real good waves as well. And you're home for a little bit now, or what's the plan? I know you've been based in Aussie for most of the summer, actually, but what's the plan for now?
Yeah, I was based in Aussie. It was a bit out of my control. I wasn't that keen to come back and quarantine and spend 2 weeks in a hotel when over in Oz is a good lifestyle and you can be surfing every day, so I didn't really...
Wasn't a rush?
Yeah, I wasn't in a rush, but it definitely started missing home quite a bit, so it's been epic to be back in Aotearoa.
Yep, nice to come home for winter too, mate. Like I say, a few good swells will start to roll through the coastline here.
Yeah.
And so what's the plan? This will be kind of the wrap-up for us for the New Zealand Surf Series.
Yeah.
And then for yourself, I mean, it's we had Ben Kings talking about there's maybe a good sort of bigger event coming up in Aussie actually shortly, later this month, hopefully. What's the chance? You got a chance to get in on that?
I just got a nice one. Yeah, so there's a QS 5000 in Cabarita June the 21st. So I'll be heading back over probably a few weeks before that. And I've got a little apartment in the Gold Coast that I hang out at. So it's going to be nice just to be able to sleep in my own bed and compete.
Yeah,
not have to go anywhere. So just putting all my focus into that comp coming up.
Yep. So that's part of the Challenger series. That's kind of...
it's the one under. I think the Challengers are all 10,000. So this is a 5,000, but it's a big opportunity to qualify into it for the rest of the year. And it should be should be some pretty fun waves. Cabba gets pretty good, so yeah, looking forward to it.
A couple of fun surfs there over the years. It's a good little spot, mate. But yeah, we see on our screens quarterfinal number 2, Taylor Hutch, as you alluded to, getting a good one there. We're just waiting for scores to get updated. So 13 minutes gone, 7 to go. What's the game plan if Elliot Piata-Reid was out there for a heat, mate? What's the EPR game plan?
Try to do what Doon did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what the guys winning are doing.
Yeah. I think I'm ranked 70th in NZ, so I didn't get into this comp, but it's kind of nice to be able to come down like fully with, well, a bit of bias. Definitely want Doon to win, but yeah, I'm just come down and film Dooney, and hopefully he can take the dub for the Keyhole boys. Yeah, I can. You did well. I saw we had the Hurley Club champs down in Whangamata last weekend. Yeah. And unfortunately I couldn't be there myself that weekend, but it looked like yourself and Doon. That's a fun weekend, bro.
Flying the
flag.
Straight
up. That is. I really like that concept of bringing all the clubs together and having a team event, you know, where you're cheering for your mates. And
yeah, well, I guess it's a catch-22. Normally it's kind of quite an individual sport. You're out there for yourself. And yeah, I mean, you hope you see, like say Doon in a final, but at the same time you'd want to beat them in that final. But with a teams event, you're actually all there together, and it's kind of like you're accumulating points and then...
Yeah, and the tag team was really fun as well. It's like quite clutch. You got 3 waves and they all count. So yeah, basically cool. If you take off and nosedive, like that counts.
You've let the team down.
Yeah. So yeah, it's quite clutch, and there's a lot of hype. So yeah, I enjoyed myself.
Yeah, no, it looked like a real fun event. So everyone was soaking up. There we see the Volkswagen crew kicking back in the Skinnies picnic area. So if you're anywhere near us, come on out to South Piha. We've opened up the gates. We'll let everyone in for a sunny Sunday. There we see Taylor Hutchinson. Yeah, mate, I can see a 6.83 did lock in from that last one, so definitely a good wave the judges liked, and then a little 3.6 back up. So Taylor Hutch, I mean, currently has pretty much signed up the series with a couple of good wins, but right now is going to look to lead this heat to the finish as well. See Mr. Paul Moretti. You surfed for Paul much recently? Was he down there for the teams?
No, he wasn't. I used to surf with Paul a lot when we were growing up in the Grom comps, and he's a real naturally gifted surfer, and yeah, I think he's on the tools now, but he's ripping still. I saw him in Taranaki, like, you know, blowing people out of the water, so that's pretty sick to see. Yeah,
he was based up Northland there for a lot of his younger years, and then, like say, now he's a tradie and is parked up at Multi Bay, so I think Paul, much like yourself, appreciates a bit of swell, a bit of power in the water.
Yeah, how good's just a tradie who rips? I love that. I love seeing that, you know.
Yeah, just like the
just
lad.
On the tools, but like, man, they go out there and they'll blow everyone out of the water, so yeah.
It's like the silent assassin just turns up and... Yeah. Well, he does it right. He's got a few stickers on the board, so a little bit of support there for his talent. But you're right.
For sure.
Mr. Moretti's just a humble young man, but very, very talented. Good to see Sean Peggs back in the mix as well, bro. Haven't seen Peggsy in a comp for a while until he turned up at Nationals here this year.
Yeah, and, he's been going pretty well, eh?
Yeah, he took out the Nationals and the old fellas, the seniors, and then I think made it to the semis or final, actually, I think it was, for the Open as well. But yeah, I'll tell you what, Paul is going to have his work cut out for that quarterfinal 3. He's going to have Daniel Farr, Billy Stearman and Callum Cutmore. But right now, quarterfinal number 2,
that is a stacked heat.
Yeah, it's going to be another one. Look at this, mate. Taylor, Sean and Zen all within, 0.2 of one another. And young Joseph only probably needing around about a 5-point ride.
Joseph's still in it, for sure.
Yeah.
6s are so doable out there, and it's a broken up swell, so there's not really one kind of spot you can sit. There's random waves coming through everywhere, so you can definitely make some opportunity.
Looks like the middle of the beach is kind of the main peak at the moment with this tide.
You don't have to like sit next to anyone out there, though. You can go find some space and get a 6 for sure.
Yep, here we see that Zen in it, in the yellow. Looking for a little left-hand nugget, but that one just running away on him. Bows out of that. So, yeah, I mean, Zen's done pretty well. Only 2 waves in, but a 5.93, so just under a good point ride, and then a 4.33. Nice little back up.
Yeah, only needs a 4.4.
Doesn't need too much at all to progress.
That's 3 minutes to go, and you only need a 4. That's when things start getting scary.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that more nervous?
Yeah, it's like you'd almost rather just need a 7 and go for a Hail Mary. Those 4s are like, it's so doable, but you still need a pretty good wave. So,
and then you go, I've got to be safe because I want to just finish a wave. But actually, if I'm too safe, the judge is like, they might not actually give me the extra 0.3 I needed.
And who's this? Taylor
Hutch, nice left-hand wall for him. Oh, nice little
it's-
float. Not much in it, but...
nice little manu at the end.
that
Judges
might be
score
the
that, don't
statement.
they?
Yeah, definitely. Extra point for the manu, mate, for sure.
Oh, that's a cool little rock and roll.
Yeah, a rock and roll to finish. Maybe more for style points.
Oh, a little chop up. Boys are getting after it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's actually, I thought it was a bit more lully when we first came down, but it seems to have definitely gotten more consistent in the last, the first hour of the morning today.
Yeah, I think with this tide filling in, it's going to get really fun out there. I think we're going to start seeing some longer rides. There's been a good right just kind of going into the bar. That's been fun on high tide, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully Mother Nature produces.
So any other events locally, or no, you're just going to enjoy a month at home surfing before you head back to Oz?
Yeah. Who's this? Zen. He needs a 4-4. Oh.
Yeah. Sometimes that's when you kind of like, well, do you go for the one big banger, or maybe, I mean, I know
Yeah,
what
you're
Zen's
going to really have to
like.
tag that.
Yeah.
It's going to be one turn, but...
Be so close, literally only like 0.2 in it.
Yeah.
So, well, points for the dismount, but unfortunately you won't be getting much for that wave.
Yeah, but I don't think there is any more comps that I can. Oh, I saw that there's one in Kaikoura that I might be keen on going to.
Yep.
I love it down there. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I think Queen's birthday weekend is a good
Yeah,
event
and
coming up.
the waves are really fun.
Yeah, Kikes always delivers some super fun waves.
Oh,
mate, mind you, you've been living in Aussie, you've been used to board shorts, mate. Kaikoura's going to be a bit different in temperature.
Yeah.
Than,
no, that's all good. You kind of trade a bit of extra rubber for less people, so
yeah,
it's not a
indeed.
bad trade.
Yeah, you see Taylor. Oh, nice turn.
See, that's probably close to a 4.4 turn. So
yeah, it's a quality turn.
That's what Zen needs to do if he wants to progress.
Yeah, you can see a bit of power there, closing out. But yeah, Taylor wind up into some nice bomb turn and just almost sort of delayed the top out of that through a nice big fantail. Made sure the judges could see him. We are counting this one down. So, I mean, unofficially, as you see on the screen, Taylor Hutch and Pegsy. Well, I guess, yeah, because Zen didn't. He really needed to capitalise on that last wave he kicked out of.
Yeah.
So,
it is hard. I don't know if people at home can see how wide the playing field is out there, but it's pretty random. It's not really breaking in one spot, and it is hard to find those corners. So,
well, you see there on the screen, you're right. Like I think that is Zen in the green down here.
Yeah.
Like quite a good, hundreds of meters away from the other competitors.
And it's like if you got 3 minutes to go, and you're in third, it's not really where you want to be sitting because it is so random out there.
Yeah, we see quarterfinal number 3. This is a stacked one. Daniel Farr in the red from Taranaki, Billy Stearman from Raglan, Caleb Cutmore in the green, and our good mate Paul Moretti. We're repping the blue rashy out there. You weren't trying to make sure, I know you would have loved to have been out there, mate, putting on a show for us. You weren't trying to tell any of the boys if they wanted to bow out, pull a sickie. You couldn't convince anyone?
Yeah, I was hoping, but you don't want anyone to be injured. So, I'm more than happy just to sit back on this one and support my mates and watch some good surfing.
We might have to look at some wild card options for next year, maybe.
Yeah, it would be cool. I mean, I saw that Ricardo is ranked 17th, so it's like he's like one of the best surfers ever in NZ.
Yeah, totally.
He didn't qualify, so yeah, it might be cool to get some wild cards, but maybe the boys just need to come home and do a few more comps.
Oh, mate, we can't blame you. Mind you, I think that was the same for Rick. He was, been focusing on family, and I mean, mate, Gizzy's pretty good, and it's pretty hard to leave over summer. Good. But he did turn up from Taranaki and actually went ham, destroyed that final. So he certainly hasn't lost any of the talent. And hopefully we get to see a bit more of it here at PH.
Yeah. It's cool watching Billy and Rick fight it out in that one.
It looked, different
kind of styles of surfing. Rick was laying some serious rail and Billy was doing some sick airs. So
yeah, cool to see a good mix of both.
Yeah.
And it is Caleb Cutmore, young fella from, it says Hamilton on our screens, but based there in Raglan.
This is the heat of the round, I reckon.
This is the one?
This is the gnarliest one, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're up against the national champ.
So well.
Yeah. Sound like Daniel Farr was on a tear down there in Taranaki as well for the
he's
last weekend.
He's always on a tear, old Danny Farr.
He's done a few of the QS events over the years, chased the Aussie and some of the overseas ones. Oh, big turn. from Billy Stearman in the white. And Dan just riding out of that one. Does well to navigate his way through the inside. So plenty of waves again being ridden. This is the replay. Daniel Farr. Woo, beautiful action on the replay. Big turn there. And then backs it up with a nice, strong finishing move. Oh, he even got the third on this.
He gets it done, man. He's always in finals.
Yeah. It's just like, actually, Daniel Farr is probably the guy that's the bridesmaids, we sort of say, right? He's always consistent enough to get that final. He just hasn't quite
for sure.
clutched the win on one of them. But, mate, yeah, you'd be a betting man would be chucking a fiver on Daniel Farr to make finals. Let's hope I don't just jinx him by saying that. But you can check out all the live scores on compusurf.com.au as well from home. So if me and Elliot have been a bit useless and not giving you the updates. Oh, is that a free serve? One of the local boys.
One of the Kia boys, get out of there.
Yeah, mate. Oh, you guys would just go out and clear the lineup for us, wouldn't you?
No, all the boys are on the beach on the beers, bro.
Yeah. Settling in.
Settling in.
Getting ready to celebrate Dooney this afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's the plan for the Keyhole crew.
So, it would be good. Did you see that punt he did?
I did.
He is
really
underrated.
Yeah,
I feel like he, I surf with him so much, free surfing, and he does that stuff all the time.
Yeah. Does that push you? It's got to push you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It pushes me. And, because it's like we surf here all the time together. And it's definitely, he's on the tools as well, so I don't get to surf with him as much as I'd like. But when he does come out, he does that stuff all the time. So
I think maybe it's a good thing for him. He almost appreciates that water time he gets. It's not so easy to get it now, maybe. He's trying to chip away at the trade. But
he just needs to do that surfing more in heats, I reckon, because his comp results don't justify how good he actually surfs.
Yeah, indeed. I think, he's a smart competitor, but yeah, you're right. Sometimes it's nice to probably just see him let go of that.
Yeah, I just reckon he
just go for broke.
His surfing, he deserves to be winning comps consistently, but hopefully he can. I don't know. It's a mental thing more than anything for a lot of these guys, but
yeah, well, they're all extremely talented.
Yeah.
So we see, looks like Billy Stearman, he's not waving out hello to us. He's just trying to get an update off the judges there, probably looking for scores and a time situation. But yeah, looks like Taylor Hutchinson did take the win of quarterfinal number 2. Well, unless he's calling out for a board. I don't think so, though. I don't think anyone's breaking equipment too often these days, and not out here, hopefully. I don't know, mate. Would you bother having a backup board on the beach today? I hadn't really thought about it this morning.
Yeah, 100%.
Always.
It's shallow and pretty heavy out there.
Yeah.
And PO only needs a 2-footer to break your board, so.
Yeah. I've been lucky to not lose many, but PR's claimed a couple. Especially in the middle, especially when it starts getting big. Those the nuggets seem to land right on your head, and it is real shallow at the moment. I don't know what.
Did Billy get a 5.77 for that wave?
I think
or
so.
Or was that 2 waves?
I'm just waiting to see. We're just trying to get an update there. Those are a heat total on the screen for the viewers at home, but it was 5.77. But we saw that one for Daniel. We saw that 3 nice turns, 6.6.
Yeah.
So pretty strong start there for Daniel Farr.
And Paul's got a 5.87.
5.8. So yeah, and then again Caleb starts with a 5 as well. So everyone's starting off strong. So that's probably why you do see Billy Stearman kind of asking the judges, hey, look, we've all had a wave. Where am I at? What do I need? So I dare say for guys like, mate, if I put a 5.7 on the bank, I'd be claiming it and coming to the beach. But guys like Billy would be like, that's a warm-up, and I'm looking for the 7s and 9s.
Yeah. There are really good ones out there too. I don't think I've seen someone get one of the real good bombs yet, so hopefully one of these boys can get in. Oh, Paul.
Already putting a couple of nice turns together, mixing it up. Just that one filling in underneath him, but 2 nice turns. So that'll back up his 5.87. He's already locked in. Oh, it is beautiful out here today, dude.
It's always beautiful out here, bro.
Oh, come on, mate.
This is the best.
Yesterday wasn't that beautiful.
Yeah.
It's all right, though, mate. Kept the crowds away. That was good.
Yeah.
Had some fun waves on Friday. I managed to sneak out Friday afternoon before dark and got some fun waves on the north side of the line. It's real fun down there.
It's been really fun. The bar's got a really good bank at the moment. I think it's probably a bit small. Might break on the lower tide, but
Yeah, we're supposed to get a bit more
Bill.
swell throughout the day, Billy.
Oh.
Is that nerves or is that just thinking too far ahead, or he's thinking about the second term before he finished the first one?
I don't know if you
Does
can
Billy-
look into that too much. It's
Nah.
just everyone bogs.
Yeah,
Happens.
mate,
Even the best.
I definitely do.
Yeah.
I know, and I was going to say, I really think of Billy being too nervous about too many situations.
How bad does bogging feel, though? It's going to be one of the worst feelings.
Especially when you see a
Digging
nice glassy
big
wall
rail.
just roll away from you.
Oh.
Here we go. He's going to make up for it now.
Didn't bog that one.
Sweet. I will step out for a second, mate. I'm going to go and try and grab a hold of Taylor Hutchinson from heat number 2, and we'll have a little chat to him.
All right. Sweet. Am I just going to cruise it in, call it? All right. Let's go. I'm in here solo. All right. Yeah. What do you talk about by yourself? Let's talk about Billy's last wave. Couple nice turns, probably going to get him to the lead. Oh.
So, Taylor, how is it, mate? Winner of quarterfinal number 2 through to semis. Pretty happy?
Yeah, pretty stoked. It was a pretty tough one. They all are, with the way this event is. Kind of the format of this event basically means everyone's in quarters and it's pretty stacked. Every heat's gnarly, so.
All the quarterfinals pretty much would be a final at any of the other surf series events. So, but it's kind of good, mate. You got to feel good to even be here. You're invited. You've made the cut. Well, I mean, mate, you're our national champ. You're already our series champion. But the nerves are still on. Today's still the big one for you.
Yeah, I just in the last event I lost in the quarters, so it was good to kind of get through that one. And I just want to finish strong this year and really enjoy the contest and just surfing heats. And yeah, it's such a challenge, especially at Piha. So yeah, I would love to finish strong this year.
So what's the game plan, bro? Semi-finals. What's the plan?
Try and find some lefts. But yeah, it is definitely pretty challenging. It's like that whole heat. I think I didn't even catch any wave of substance till about 8 minutes to go, so it's challenging, but I'll just kind of hunting lefts and making sure I'm kind of in the right spot, but it's pretty random at the moment. So
Mate, the judges are liking what you're doing, so more of the same. Elliot, what are you up to back there, champ?
Out, man. I don't know how you do this solo. Yeah, sorry for anyone who had to witness me trying to talk to myself.
You weren't trying to do a rap or anything, were you, while I was out there?
I should have. It would have been better than whatever I just did.
Mate, it's good. We're raw, we're real, and we're here at PR Beach. Good to have you, champ. Who we got? Oh, mate. Oh, it's pumping.
Danny Farr. Let's go.
Ushka. Big on-rail gaff there from the man from Taranaki. So just trying to get a little scores update. Sorry, mate. I'll jump out. I'm going to do that to you a couple of times. So I didn't even warn you, did I? I was like, you'll be all right. So,
6-5. Yeah, this heat's stacked.
Yeah, indeed. We see on our screen right now, big scores dropping in. So 10 minutes, halfway through the heat. Mate, if you haven't got, 5, 6s and probably something better coming up real soon, you're going to start feeling the pressure. Billy Stearman locks in the 6-6 on that last one. So that has put him back up in a second position. He'll be feeling a bit more comfortable. But yeah, Paul Moretti at the moment holding down 6-5 to 5-8. But again, Dan still got the 6-6. Probably, I guess, pressure starting to build for Caleb. Sort of hanging around in 4th position, needing that sort of mid-7 needed. Oh, high 7 actually.
Oh. Yeah, 7. He needs a 7.38, Caleb. Definitely achievable out there, but if he doesn't get that, he'd really want to be building on that 5 to cut the 7 out.
Good to see everyone relishing it. And then, of course, for quarterfinal number 4 coming up. Levi Stewart from Waihi Beach. Levi, again, is almost like another Daniel Farr, where I feel like Levi just is always in finals. He just hasn't quite taken the win on any of the big ones yet, but is always a threat. Then young Jay Piper Hellion, based from Whitianga, but actually spends most of his time parked up at Raglan Surf Academy. And Jay, and then my good mate Ruben Woods, out of the woodwork, the old fella from, Gizzy now lives in Papamoa near me. He's had a bit of a run in the last couple of weeks, did a few of those South Island comps.
Yeah, that's sick.
So,
let's go, Ruben.
yeah, he's repping for the over 40s
How
crowd,
sick
mate.
would that be if he won?
That'd be epic. I'd probably have to stay one more night in PR
Yeah.
and help him celebrate.
Oh, Paul.
Oh, takes a tumble. Oh, look, he's mate.
Oh,
He is.
did he make that?
No, he's holding on. He wants it. That's the difference between like comps and free surfs, right? And that's a free surf you just bail out. Comp surf you're like scratching to hold on to it because you really want to make that wave. Oh, such a sick turn. But unfortunately, on the Skinny's Sunjel replay just coming unstuck. And then young Tom Robinson, young fella from Whangarei, again based himself down there in Raglan, and has made the cut to be here at the Super 16. Presented, of course, by our friends at Skinny Sunjel and Volkswagen. Epic to have some amazing sponsors supporting this event. Bro, look
how beautiful that is, eh?
Beautiful home. Pihar Hills behind us.
Yeah.
Just everyone kind of living in amongst the native fauna up there, mate.
Yeah, the air's fresh out here, bro.
It's good. So we've got men's quarterfinals, and then we're going to roll into the women's semi-finals. You've got the likes of Ava Henderson from Christchurch. Mate, she is just clean sweep this year.
She is deadly, man.
She was our national champion Dunno's too. Oh, hey, when you won your national championship in Dunedin, she was the women's national champion.
Yeah. No, that was sick.
Yeah, and she's carried on that form. She's, I think at the moment...
She just did it about 10 years before I did it.
Hey, mate, once you're on that trophy, they can't take your name off. It's all good. Do you know where the trophy is? Have you lost it or you still got it?
I think Billy might have it now. I don't know how I feel about it.
Nah,
needs to come home.
Indeed, mate.
Nah.
Well, next year...
Yeah, he's been hogging it, don't you reckon?
Yeah, he's had enough, eh? Eight times for Billy?
I wonder how many beers he's drunk out of it over the years.
Yeah, well...
Must be way up there.
It'd have to be a couple. What does it take?
I only won it once, and it's up there for me.
Three or four tins to fill it up?
3 or 4, bro. It takes about 12. It's like bigger than a yardie, that thing.
Yeah, it's an expensive round to fill the cup.
Yeah.
But, yeah, young Ava Henderson, well, mate, she's got the under-16s, under-18s, and the open women. She's just taken clean sweep. But for this event, Anna Brock, Ariana Shuri from Taranaki, and, of course, Zana Hutchinson is back in the mix as well. Those girls are going to be out there for semi-final 1. And then, well, Taranaki is well represented. Tasha Goldsberry is going to be out there for number 2 with Gabby Paul from here at Pihar, local girl. And then Georgia Wetterall. And good to see Ella Williams is going to make the mission from Whangamata to be here this afternoon as well.
That's stacked as well.
Oh, dude, it's epic. Is that a bit of a plan for yourself? I mean, you know, at the moment we've got Billy and Ella, you know, they've made the provisional cut. They have qualified provisionally for the Olympics. You've got the likes of Paige and Safi are going to head off to El Salvador, like next week, basically.
Yeah.
To go and do one of the qualifying events there. But for you, is that, you know, longer term or shorter term? Is that a bit of an option for the old Olympic qualifiers? And
yeah, it's a weird one, because it's so new. And my goal for so long has been to make the tour, and then for like the Olympics to pop up. It's kind of a weird one. I reckon once it gets going and we actually see a surfing gold medalist, it's going to, like, how big that's actually going to be for the sport. It's definitely going to make a lot of the young kids' goals kind of split into being an Olympic champ and a world champ. But no, at the moment I'm just happy for Billy. He got there, and yeah, hopefully he can bring it home. I think the waves over there suit him really well, and he'll be a good representative for New Zealand over there.
Bro, indeed. Hopefully this is just pretty much a stepping stone for him to get over there and take the Olympic gold. Oh, mate, how's the dub? That is a beauty. Parked up. 65 dub. Maybe we'll take the commentary over there. And
yeah, let's take that thing for a home.
A few cold ones in the little fridge there. So you can see our friends at Skinny Sunjel and, of course, a Volkswagen parked up in the car park. Come on down. Get amongst it with us today here at South Pihar. But right now, it is just waiting for that last wave of Billy's. And then, of course, Meridi, I mean, he fell on that last turn, but still looked pretty good. He does indeed, a 5-point ride, but it's not going to stay with him. It is
4 minutes to go, and Daniel Farr needs a 5.78.
Mate, so less than a 6 needed. Caleb's still chasing that sort of 7.4, which is, you know, that's going to be a bit more of an ask. Pressure's on, but, mate, I mean, when Daniel started with a 6.6, so it's easy for him to get those waves. It's just, to get the scores. It's going to be a matter of getting the wave for it, though. And, of course, you've got Billy sitting in second.
I think Billy happy with that 5.77 in the score line at the moment. So he'll
maybe
definitely
that was what the hands waving was about. Maybe he's asking the question of the judges. Only a 5.7.
Here we go. This looks like a good wave.
Oh, mate.
It's tricky out there.
It is.
The conditions are so nice and the sun's out, but it is hard to surf.
You can see that he sort of adjusted his line, tried to take the high line, and then unfortunately the whole wave just sort of fell away underneath him, ran away. But Daniel Fay still got, we've got 3 minutes to go, so chasing a 5.8. He'd be on the hustle right now. And then, so what's the plan? The Keyhole are going to take over south end of South Piha for the finals this afternoon?
Yeah, they're already all up there. Got the tent up and just all here to support the local boys, bro. There's like a bit of a family vibe with that club. It's not so much revolved around surfing. It's just a bunch of the boys around here.
A nice social club.
Nice social club.
Indeed. Caleb Cutmore, bro. Well, will that be the 7.4 he needed? 2 minutes to go.
That was pretty nice. It's definitely going to be better than his 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a clutch wave for him for sure. Had a good read on it and it got a good wall.
Of course.
Bit lateral on that one, but he did well to sort of manage it. Nice little linking turn. Keeps the flow on.
Yeah, it did die out on him that wave. This last turn's nice.
Yeah, that was a solid finish. And, I mean, yeah, it has been testing conditions. Oh, bro, look at that. Looks fun. A few big walls over on the right-hand side there. Will that turn on more with the tide, or it'll fade out?
There's always some rogue ones deeper, but I think there's a bit of bank kind of straight out in front of the South End car park.
I feel like the dunes are bigger than when we were here in January. We were sitting in the judging tower yesterday, and I had to stand up to kind of get a vision over the dunes. It's like, mate, there's been a few big onshore days.
And like low tide now that goes out so far. So
yeah,
even when I was at Grom, there was that little wave in the ditch there that the water doesn't even come to anymore. So who knows what it's going to be like in 10 years.
Yeah, North Piha on Friday afternoon, I felt like I just walked out the back of the I didn't have to paddle.
You don't even have to warm up. It's like a 15-minute walk.
Yeah, it's an aqua job rather than a paddle.
6.67.
Oh, so close. That's that. You can see Billy frantic now, just trying to get the update, trying to get a situation from the beach marshal. And you can hear in the background the loud commentary. Sounds like actually Ben Kennings, our contest director, trying to give the update to all the surfers for quarterfinal number 3.
50 seconds, the boys need 5s. This is...
So, yeah, now we see... So, yeah, Paul Murray and
here we go.
Billy's still in first and second.
5.
Good start. Short and sharp. Nice first turn. I'm not sure about the second turn being enough, though, to make a statement for a close to 6-point ride. Oh, so close.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Waiting on that last one of
close.
Caleb's as well. Caleb needed more like about a mid-7. I just don't know if that was enough, but it was a strong finish.
Flag.
Oh, it was a 6.67 for the last one of Caleb, so, mate, close but not quite enough.
Good heat.
Goody. Dan Farr.
It's all up to Danny Farr.
So we'll wait for scores to come in.
First thing was nice that the section just let him down a bit at the end there, but...
Yeah. Always the way. Nice, strong first turn. But that, of course, is well rewarded by the judges, Critical, everything at risk. If you blow that first turn, you've kind of blown the best scoring potential of the wave. So, I mean, the judges are... I mean, we've got some of New Zealand's best servers and New Zealand's best judges here for the Super 16 event. You don't always see eye to eye with the judges and the numbers they put on the paper, mate. Let's be honest. I know that from being in heats as well. You're like, now you've surfed enough heats, you feel like, you know what, you did enough for a 5, or if you need a 9, you're like, man, okay, I know what I've got to do for the judges. And sometimes when it's that close, like you could see Billy and Caleb, you're like, man, some of those ones you've got to sit there and go, no, I reckon I did get it. And it definitely stings when you miss out by the 0.2s and
definitely there's been times where I haven't agreed, but it's a hard job, man, because no one gives them props when they're scoring well, which is most of the time. No one focuses on that, but if you get one score wrong, it's like everyone's kind of hassling you, so it's... they don't get enough credit, I don't reckon, because they're in there doing a good job probably 95% of the time, and then that 5% where they do maybe get it wrong or people don't agree with it, everyone's very quick to kind of...
Yeah, everyone's pretty vocal.
Yeah, you know. So
That's right, mate. It's a job of passion for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing too. You've got New Zealand's best judges in there, but they get to. I mean, mate, I do that sometimes myself, and I absolutely love it. But you do spend most of the day sitting on the beach watching other people surf, which it's a funny thing.
Yeah, my dad has actually been in the judging booth.
It's been good
recently,
to share.
Yeah, and he said after the comp, don't have beers with the losers. Just find the guys who won and have beers with them.
That's the plan, you reckon? Yeah. Oh, mate, it's quite a good little camaraderie amongst the judging panel.
What was Danny's score in the does that not come up?
No, I can't see. Well, it definitely wasn't that .77 we've got on our screen, so I'll wait for official results. No, they shouldn't let me near technology. I'm having a mare. There we go. But the last score I can see from was a .77, but oh no, we've jumped into quarterfinal 3. I'll wait for official results. People can, of course, log on to compusurf.com.au if they want to follow the live scoring, literally straight off the judging tablets there in the what we call the Titanic, the big white trailer parked up beside us. We are here for the Surfing New Zealand Super 16, men's quarterfinal number 4 on your screen. Levi Stewart in the red, Jay Piper Hillian in the white. My old mate Ruben Woods in the green, and Tom Robinson in the blue. So
I'm backing Ruben Woods in this heat.
Dude, me too. I'm putting a 20 on Rubes.
Go the underdog, man. That's going to be sick.
There's a few people.
See Bucky's uncle. That's
Bucky's uncle, indeed. So it's been good, mate. He lives just down the road
in the
from
blood then, eh?
It is indeed. I knew Bucky, obviously, like with yourself, watching you guys come up as talented juniors and doing the overseas trips and the magazine shoots and then all the Grom comps and then, of course, moving into opens and that. But for me, I've only really known Ruben sort of through that association, but actually just in the last couple of years living down Papham, I was surfing with him heaps.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't realise the guy rips.
Yeah.
And that's the cool thing is, out of nowhere this year, he's turned up and done a couple of events because he wanted to. He literally took the kids down for school holidays in South Island, but made it coincide with the 2 big events there. And
just low-key been cleaning up. That's epic.
Yeah. Made finals and took them out.
Yeah.
So has made the cut to qualify for Super 16. It's epic. So that's kind of like, I reckon that's one of our wild cards in the other sense of it. I mean, like you say, really, just by doing those 2 events and doing so well in them, he's actually managed to, make the push on guys like Ricardo Christie.
Yeah.
So
that's epic. Like doing the weekend away with the kids.
Dude, we had the whole family there. He actually bought, that was another reason, he qualified himself, but he actually had his own young son, Bo Woods, out here yesterday for the juniors as well.
Oh, true that.
So, mate, you're right. There's
does run in the blood.
There's talented family. Very cool sharing the lineup with them down there at home.
How well does Bucky surf, eh? Shout out to Bucky, man.
Yeah, I'm sure Buck's
when I was
tuned
growing
in.
up, he was few years older than me, and he used to shred. Still does shred.
Still does, mate. You go down it's actually quite cool now because so used to seeing Buck just flaring on the white crispy shortboard, but now is seeing him down there on twin fins and all sorts of boards, and dude, he's always a standout.
Yeah, him and Johnny.
Yeah,
those two used to be a gnarly little duo.
Thick as thieves,
mate.
Yeah,
he wouldn't want to be paddling up there inside either.
Yeah, no, Bucky still gets his quota of waves when it's on in the pat, mate. Here we see, that's Jay Piper. So Jay's been doing a little bit of commentary for us on the beach as well, but has made the cut here for Super 16. I'm going to take a moment to watch this replay. Just sort of throws it up at the foam there. And that one a bit washy. Not going to get too much for that. So, bro, I'm going to leave you to it again. Don't do a rap.
Yeah, all right.
And maybe do a little song for everyone, but I'm going to jump out and try and track down Mr. Paul Moretti, I think it was. Took the win. We'll see. So with my good mate Paul Moretti, quarter-final win, mate. That's got to be feeling good.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to get the first one out the way, and got some pretty awesome conditions out the West Coast here at the moment, which I can confirm it's definitely not like this every day. But yeah, no, awesome. Stoked to get through the first one.
Yeah, mate. Well, I know you've been, you're from Northland originally, but now you're a fine part of the Murray Bay Board Riders crew, bro.
Yeah.
Probably similar conditions, bit of West Coast juice. You've been relishing, bit of training at the Mud Bay there. Is it paying off today?
Definitely. No, we've been getting plenty of days. It was actually pretty flat there yesterday, so glad we got waves down these ways, and definitely nice to be a little bit closer to home and get the sleeping in the morning.
You're finding some form down Taranaki just recently too, bro. So you're bringing that confidence into the event today.
Yeah, always like going back down there. That was the original hometown, so always stoked to get back down Taranaki and get a few on the point as well. So yeah.
Nice one, mate. We'll go and refresh with a couple of Phoenix, buddy, and we'll see you for semi-finals. It is good to see you, Mr. Moretti. Cheers, mate. Okay, let's make sure Elliot's not up to mischief in the booth.
Oh, is that Ruben Woods? Straight air. That's so sick. Good on you, Pablo.
Fizzing on the win. That's a bit of that'll give him a bit of confidence too, mate, taking down Billy in the quarters. What I heard you yelling for Rubes. What's the big fella doing?
Oh, he did a nice little straight air.
Oh,
I'm back in that.
He's feeling it. He's got to be careful at that age. It might hurt the knees and the back, mate. Rubes is absolutely shredding. Oh, I see. Oosh.
Boards. If I'm doing straight airs like that,
sick.
In 20, I'll be stoked.
He's the cool thing is too, he's probably just out there on like a fun board. He's been riding these kind of almost like a twin plus one kind of little twins. Just random rad little creations from Tommy at STD Surfboards down there in Gizzy.
Yeah, those boards go so fun, eh?
He's
those
ripping on them,
plus
right?
ones and twin fins and stuff.
Or just the speed they give you in that, and especially when it's not too big today, it's it's just fun to surf. And I think he's such a stylish surfer, Ruben Woods.
Yeah,
it just suits his style. Allows for those cleaner, drawn-out turns. So we'll get some opening scores locked in. You can see, 7 minutes into it, Jay did lock in that 4.8 and a 4.33 to start the heat. Ruben,
5-1.
5.1, mate, for that first one. That'll be making him feel better about it. And then a 4.83 for the young fella in blue on our screen right now, young Tom Robinson. Got a bit caught behind that first section, but does well. Get a couple little turns out of that before it closes out. So Levi Stewart, now Levi I reckon normally is pretty busy in heats, but maybe this one he's opted to take a bit more of a selective option and try and just wait for the better waves. Bro, plenty of waves been ridden in all the heats. It's cool.
Yeah. No, the waves are fun out there.
It's kind of nice when it's not left to chance as to like who happened to get the one set wave or whatever. It's nice that in a competition sense, it is everyone.
Oh, I didn't get it.
Did not make it. Billy scrapes on through.
Billy, cool.
So unfortunate there for Daniel Farr, not quite enough. So Billy would be a sigh of relief, mate. He would have been upset if he'd been knocked in the first heat of the morning. So there we see on a screen at the moment, Jay Piper holding down the lead with that 4.8 and the 4.3 combined heat total of 9.16. Ruben currently in second. He's got the 3.5 backed up to that 5.1. So Ruben Woods in second, and then we see both Tom Robb and Levi in third and fourth. Just small warm-up waves for them. High tide around midday. I mean, I'm guessing that we won't see too much difference as the tide. We'll have a bit of slack tide and then it'll drop out a little bit, but it won't be too much different. What's the call, you reckon?
Yeah, well, it gets a bit straight with less water, so I think on high tide there'll be a few longer waves and it might be a little bit softer, but definitely some sick ones. I think the final could be really fun.
Yeah, we've been lucky too with this quite a brisk offshore first thing this morning. Now as it heated up, it's just kind of eased off and it's almost just like no wind, nice and calm. And hopefully we won't get too much of a sea breeze this afternoon.
Hopefully there's some massive ramps out there for the Blues.
Yeah.
I'm keen for Doon to go send it again, eh?
Yeah, he's got to throw one, surely.
Yeah, I'm going to get in his ear.
You're right, it's almost like you forget how amazing he is with his ear game. Like, I feel like if we were, going to put on an air show event, Dooney would be one of those sort of top 10 in the country that you'd have to put in the mix.
For sure, yeah. He does crazy airs, and he's been doing crazy airs for about 10 years now.
Yeah.
I mean, when we were young, he was stomping some nuts ones. So
it looked like both yourself and Dooney chucked a couple down there in the Wonga one. I saw a couple of pictures the other day from Corey at New Zealand Surf Mag.
Yeah,
and, boys found some ramps down there in the Wonga.
Odd little rampy, just doing the old stock standard no grab air rev. It's like the comp punt, that's what I'm calling it. But
just a little back pocket
no,
one,
yeah,
mate.
this is definitely better for them out there now. So
yeah, well, the wind's in your favour, and there's a bit more juice in the water today for sure. Settle in. So hopefully everyone's tuned in with us via Sky Sport Next. It is great to have you with myself and Elliot here at South Piha. Otherwise on Sky Sport Channel 9, coming to you live and direct all around the country. And a few friends tuned in via the YouTube link there overseas as well. Mate, I imagine half of Gisborne and Papamoa are definitely tuned into this heat, cheering on Ruben. And like say, no doubt, Bucky Woods. I actually know Buck was, he'd bailed down to Queenstown, I think, for the weekend for a little trip, a little holiday. But mate, I'm sure he's got the old YouTube flowing down there in Queenie. So big hello to everyone around the country joining
Bucky,
us.
if you're listening, go to bunker, bro. It's mean in there. Rooftop, baby.
Hint, hint.
Hint.
Oh, yeah. Just watch out for a man called Matty Fisher, a good mate of mine down there. He'll lead him astray. But it is great to see. I think Bucky just, I mean, that's the thing, we live coastal, so it's probably, nice to go and get in the mountains and take a bit of time out. So he's got some young kids now as well, so I think for Buck it was a chance to just have a break from the Groms, get down there and soak up some time out before a busy winter. Hopefully we get some good swell, and no doubt a few missions to Gizzy as well.
Looks like it's losing a bit of energy on that bank.
Yeah, everyone's looking, I know, they're just pacing
it's
around.
It's interesting
almost.
that they're all sitting next to each other.
A lot closer in this heat than it was
I
in
know,
the last one.
It's like such a big beach with waves coming through everywhere. You'd think if you're under priority, you'd maybe find some space, but...
Especially when no one really needs too much. We're all talking, anyone with a 5-point ride can change the heat, so... Who we got? Tom
big
Robinson.
section.
Oh. Just sort of
Yeah,
caught
like
behind
it's
it.
much of a muchness. You can paddle down the beach and get really good waves too. That's where Doon got a left and then paddled out quite far away from everyone, and a right popped up, and that was his punt. So, but they might know something I don't.
They've got
Maybe it's just all head games out there.
They've got a different game plan, yeah. Maybe it's just a little chatter, like, bro, what are you up to? Like, a little bit of...
I love you like a brother.
The old Kelly Andy mind warfare. Well, Levi Stewart, he did lock in a 5.47. So Levi, even though, mate, for him it's weird to see him just sit so still and so calm. Normally he's real busy, and well, even when I'm free surfing with the guy down at home, but in heats especially. But yeah, at the moment only the one wave. But again, only needs a 3.2.
It's the highest wave of the heat, though.
Yeah, and only needs a 3. So that's it. Like literally anyone with anything over about a 4 to 5 is going to change the heat around totally. But 7.5 minutes, you'd kind of want to get a bit busier and make sure you lock that in.
Levi needs a 3. Tom Robbo needs a 3.
Yeah. Well,
Ruben Woods needs to better a 3.
Yeah, just needs a bit of that 3.5, which, I mean, he's already done on his first wave. Maybe he'll just wait for a big air ramp again.
Yeah, I'm backing it.
He's heard us. So, what's going on there? Oh, no, that's right. That's for our drone. I was thinking, mate, helicopter landing on the beach. We're doing a heli surf mission out here or something. But just the drone action from our friends at Sky Sport Next. Epic. Set it up there, hovering over Lion Rock there. Picking up beautiful day that it is here at South Piha. It's like this only, 364 days a year?
No, it's never good out here.
Yeah. There we go.
It's been fun.
Oh, makes it.
Makes it. Better than a 3.5. I kind of missed that, to be honest.
Yeah, let's see. We've got the V-dub replay. Oh, another rock and roll floater. He saw Taylor. Oh, actually does well to get back over the front of it. So, only the one manoeuvre. Will it be a bit more? Maybe might help just solidify that second position for him. So yeah, it's Coldwater Classic. It's coming up down in Kikes, isn't it? Is that the? I can just hear the beach commentator in the background. So Queen's birthday weekend down there in South Island. If anyone's planning a holiday, it's a great time to do a little South Island roadie.
Yeah, I did the comp a few years ago, and it was the waves were so good. I don't know if I should be blasting it too hard. The local boys might get off me, but no, it's beautiful down there.
The cold keeps the crowds down there anyway, mate. She's you've got to be keen. But that's the good thing, though. You can be rewarded with some amazing waves down there. Oh, Jay is on a tear for this heat, currently in the lead with the 4.8 and the 4.3, but making the most of that one. So we'll see on the replay. Talk us through it, bro.
Yeah, you got that. This is the little bank that I was talking about. It runs into this kind of deep water, and it's been really fun the last few weeks.
Almost like a different angle to that inside as well.
Yeah, it does get a little bit soft and fat, but out the back, if you get a few good turns, and that's where the money's made. Job's done.
Tom Roro opting for the left-hander.
Nice.
Oh, nice wall on this one.
Boom.
Tags it, comes out with a bit of speed, looking for the little reform. Oh, bro, that's
the best wave of the heat.
That's got to be a goodie. Yeah. He was only needing a 3.8 to progress. He's wrapped that up. But let's see.
Levi as well.
Oh, action aplenty. I dare say Levi finally heard the clock is winding down. And this is Jay's replay as well. So we'll let those ones lock in, mate. That is going to totally change this heat around.
Yeah, that was a nice wave that Tom got.
Yeah, like we were alluding to earlier, basically anything over a 4 is going to make a difference. But I dare say the likes of Tom Robinson and even Jay with those waves then. We only saw the one turn from Levi, but he was only chasing a low 3. Now it's going to get a bit clutch. 420 remaining.
He's still not going to need much, Levi.
Not at all. I guess it depends if Jay puts on a bigger number there. And then, of course, again, we sort of spoke to Tom.
Still going to be around that 5.
Yeah, which for Levi is just
6
a
range.
walk in the park. For me, I'm lucky if I get 2.5s to make it 5, mate. So, how does it feel like the confidence in that? I mean, that's it. You know you've done comps and you know you can get the scores and what have you. But is it still like you said, a lot of it can be a head game about you can paddle out, and if you're out there having a free surf, you're going to go for airs, big turns, whatever. But in a contest, is it what we like? How we're talking about with Dune? Sometimes you almost feel like you don't see how amazing he is at surfing in a contest arena.
Yeah.
Is that a mental confidence, or is it just he's just trying to do enough and play a bit safer?
I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, he has really good heats.
Oh, he shreds.
But yeah, all I was kind of referring to is like I feel like he's one of the best guys in NZ, and he should be winning comps with the kind of surfing does in the free surfs. But it is hard to translate that into heats, and that's probably like a big challenge for a lot of these good free surfers. There's so many good free surfers out there.
My one used to be Luke Sederman. For me, was like Lukey from the Raglan Surfport.
Yeah.
Luke Sederman has for about a decade been one of the most underrated surfers in New Zealand, in the sense that if you go surf with him on a half decent day at Rags or anywhere around the country, Luke rips. He's a big man. He's got an amazing air game. His rail turns, like the dude just rips. But then, he'll hate me saying it, but in contests he's just never had results until recently. I think a year or two ago he won the Rip Curl Pro, and that was epic to see him finally take a win. But mate, I feel like he should have been winning things for 10 years, but it was like he just wasn't. Just contests weren't his thing.
Yeah,
but in magazines and any free surf you're ever having, he's a standout.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe they don't even like comps. So.
Yeah, that's part of it. I know Lukey just likes going out and flaring and having fun. That's a big part of his game. Shout out to the big CD if he's out there.
Yeah, shout out CD.
But yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Like,
how good's that name, eh? CD. Shout out CD.
But
he does massive drop wallets though. But I guess a lot of the time in comps you can't really do those kind of turns and do the surfing you want to be surfing, because it is. I mean, today we're lucky to have some good waves on offer, but a lot of the time it is not very good.
Yeah, unfortunately, it can be. A lot of the comps can be grovelling around. I mean, that's the thing. How do you change the mindset? Here we see Ruben Woods. Push. Big turn. Backs it up.
It's one more. Oh.
Clutch.
What
Okay, so look.
He need?
Now, we saw Levi Stewart. We only saw that turn, a 6.93. So Levi Stewart goes from 4th to 1st. Jay Piper Hillian locked in a 5.4. So he's actually now in 2nd. But Ruben Woods, though, was relegated back to 3rd. But here we see on the replay that second turn tags it. Just smooth though, not real through the roof, but smooth. So 2 nice turns fell in the third.
Tom Robinson's about to drop
A big number as
high
well.
6, it looks like. So he'll go into second.
So we have, so Levi Stewart, 4th to 1st. Jay was holding down second, but bang, there we go. Tom Robb, 6.9, locks in on that nice wave. So again, he goes from 3rd to 2nd. Ruben Woods was literally just knocked back into 4th position, but with a wave to come. But now he needs a 6.6. It's going to be a pretty solid number to find in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I must have only seen half of Levi's wave.
Yeah, we only saw the one turn on the replay, but it was a goodie. Here we see right now. Always sharp and quick on the blade, on the rusties out there. Levi just groveling his way through that one, milking it for all it's worth.
That's that East Coast grovel.
The East Coast shuffle, mate. Anything over 2 foot, we are fizzing.
Yeah. Anything under 6 foot, we're fizzing over here.
Yeah, exactly. No, I used to live at Māori Bay, and it was like, you had a quiver of shortboards. Now I live in Paps, I've got like fishers and soft tops and fun boards and I dare say even a logger, but the shorties just sit in the back of the rack waiting for a trip to Raglan or Gizzy. So we don't get too many days for the shortboards, but today it is good to see the hi-fi action here from Piha. Jeez, tell you what, it's going to be a close one. Ruben Woods, we still had a wave to come, only needed a 6.6 and was absolutely, you could see he's feeling it, he's in form.
Yeah, Ruben Woods did the nice straightie at the start.
Should get extra points for being over 40, surely. Hey, judges, hey.
He gets extra respect from me, I tell you that. Straight ears at 40.
That's it, mate.
Wouldn't know he's 40.
Nah, not at all. So, yeah, Levi with a 6.9, Tom Robb with that 6.9, so we'll see if that was enough for Ruben Woods, but that is the end of men's quarterfinals. We're going to jump into the ladies' semi-finals. Might let you have a break, mate.
I'm going to go and tell Doon to do some more punts.
So go and tune him up, ready for his semi-final.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Pleasure to have you in, mate. Make sure this keyhole crew stay well behaved this Savi.
Yeah, I know. It could get dirty down there.
We'll come and
thanks for having me.
Bro, it's our pleasure.
Yeah,
thanks for being here, mate.
Let's go, Dooney. Woo! Thank
you to the locals out here at PR, of course. Sharing South PR with us today. Turning it on. And it's good to have him, a good mate, Elliot Pereira Reid, and he's right. His father Jamal's been a good friend for a long time, has been joining me in the judging booth. Today he's actually our beach marshal out here at PR, so a family community out here for the Super 16 event. Right now, though, on our screen, Open Women's Semi-Final number 1, 20-minute heats. So it will be Ava Henderson in the red, and the white is young Anna Brock from the Mount. She's been absolutely ripping. She's surfed out of her skin this summer. It's been so good to see some of these young girls coming through, and Anna from Mount has been a standout for sure. Ariana Shuri from Okura making the way up here to join the fray in the green, and Zana Hutchinson on the screen right now in blue. Big, powerful surfer. Oh, big turn there from Zana. So she'd spent a bit of time in Aussie as well, but has been home in Taranaki, and it was great to see her here at Piha representing. You see on the replay, strong, big turn, belts that section. So big power turn there from Zana Hutchinson. Epic to see on the Volkswagen replay. So, yeah, it does look like unofficially it was Levi Stewart taking the win there. We'll wait for official update. So we kicked off with the Open Men's quarterfinals. They are done and dusted. We move into the Open Women's semi-finals, and then, of course, men's semis, and then grand finals from approximately 1 p.m. this afternoon. But on your screen right now, Ariana Shuri in the green, ripping on the backhand. So this is going to be a great battle between all these ladies vying to be the Super 16 Women's Champion. And as I alluded to earlier, of course, compusurf.com.au if you want to follow the live scoring straight from the judging tower. Otherwise, kick back and enjoy the vision here on Sky Sport Next or Sky Sport Channel 9. We've got the YouTube live cross feed right now live. So anywhere in the world you are, tune on in. If you pick up the link, share it with mum and dad, tell grandma, make a cup of tea, settle in on the couch. We are going to have the best of the best here from all around Aotearoa. Little shout out, of course, to all my friends there at Starship. I know a few of the families up there at Starship are with us today, tuned in, enjoying the vision. A few of the kids are in the rooms, tuned in, so hello to everyone up there. It is great to have everyone involved in the sport, and we can share it with you live here from South Piha. Thank you, of course, to all the locals at Piha as well. Hospitality is always amazing out here, welcoming us for the weekend, sharing the waves and the good times with us. It's a privilege to come out here and catch up with some good friends and enjoy the hospitality and some amazing surfing. See, beautiful vision. I've got to say too, happy birthday to my little mate Fletcher. So Fletcher Harari, Fletcher, if you're watching, mate, happy birthday, buddy. So you can see beautiful conditions out here at South Piha. Some good sets coming through for the ladies to kick off semi-final number 1. So Ariana, it was a good-looking wave, a 5.93, so just under a 6-point ride. Good score for Ariana there. Great way to start the heat. And Zana, a 4.83 for that one big turn, so that is well rewarded from the judges. So it was great to see the best of the best. We've made the cut. Unfortunately, we haven't got Paige Harab here this weekend. She is doing some training at home, getting ready to head off to El Salvador later this week to compete in the ISA event, which is going to be a qualifier for the Olympics. So that's the focus for Paige. And a shout out to also young Safi Vetti from Gizzy. Safi, hopefully you're tuned in watching the ladies right now. It is going to be great to watch you over there in El Salvador, taking on the world, and let's hope ladies are vying for that qualifying spot to make the Olympics in July. So there we see the results from quarterfinal number 4. It was indeed Levi Stewart taking the win. Hot on the heels was Tom Robinson, and unfortunately Jay Piper Helen and my good mate Ruben Woods bowing out of that one. But proud of the lads getting in amongst it. I'll have to try and catch up with Levi in a moment. But right now it's all for the ladies. South PR is their domain to challenge one another. Ariana off to a great lead in the heat with a 5.93 and a 5.33 from the young lady from Taranaki. Great to see Zana back here as well. Also from Taranaki, out there in the blue rashi with the 4.83 locked in. Looks like Ava at the moment, young lady in red from Christchurch. She's our current national champion. She has won the under-16s, the under-18s, and the open women's. Here we see her up and riding right now. Oh, big turn. Happy with that one. Just glad to ride out of it. Going for broke. Young Ava Henderson. Does well to read that section. You see airborne as she comes over it. Compresses, takes the hit on the knees, and just does well to stay top of the board. Rides out cleanly. Oh, looks like someone else getting cleaned up there. There you see. Big wall of white water rolling through the lineup. So young Anna Brock just waiting for her opportunity. Oh, that was Ariana. Well, yeah, she's already locked in the 5.9 and the 5.3, so she'll be pretty comfortable now. Looking to run that one down. Unfortunately, that one ran away on her. So we did kick off earlier in the year, obviously at the National Surfing Championships here at Piha. We were here from 10th to the 16th of January. And of course, Billy Stearman taking out the win there. Taylor Hutchinson took out the win at the Rip Curl Pro in Raglan, which was sort of 20th of March, 21st. And then our good friend Jared Hancock, who was in the earlier rounds, he took the win down there in Dunedin. And Taylor Hutch it was who took the win in Christchurch as well. So I'll jump out and I'll try and catch up with our good mate Levi Stewart. Hey buddy, how's that one, Levi? All good, mate?
Yeah, a little bit slow at the start, but I just knew that there were good waves out there. Just had to wait and be patient. I knew they would come.
Yeah, mate, I actually was alluding to that on screen, that I was like, I'm used to free surfing with you, and even in the comps, you normally kind of keep busy. It's more your tactic, but today, obviously, you just vied to like wait for the better ones. And mate, with 7 minutes to go, I was like, you don't need much, but I was like, it's got to get a little bit busier. But mate, you obviously knew you could do it. 6.9 to take the win near the end there.
Yeah, I feel like I'm doing my best surfing I've ever done, and I've been working on it a lot. And I just feel confident in my ability, so I know if I get the right wave, I can do it. And yeah, feeling good.
Mate, for sure, the board's looking good. You've made your way through to semis, brother. It is going to be fun to see you. So let's see more of the same, and I expect to see you in the finals, champ.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Gav. And shout out to Waihi Beach. Woo!
Indeed, the hometown hero from Waihi. Have fun, mate. We'll see you soon. Good to see you, mate. Levi Stewart hails from Waihi Beach. Settled down near me in Mount Maunganui. Get to share the pony club with him for a couple of waves down there in Manu. So shout out to all the local crew down there. I know the Waihi Beach board rails will be parked up. Everyone will be sitting around. Joe, Mum, all the team back there at Waihi. Hope everyone's tuned in and enjoying it. And then I know a few of the Māori crew will be supporting Levi as well today. I think that's kind of the cool thing about surf. It's a sport and all that, but we have a pretty amazing community. Everyone's travels together, we share waves together, and quite often we're staying with one another as we travel around the country chasing the swell. And it's a great little community to be a part of, and I'm glad we get to share it with all of you today here from South Piha. So if you're not a surfer, now's the time, I reckon. Get into it. It's a sport for anyone, and that's the beautiful thing about it. You might not all need to end up in a competition rashy, but it's good for you. Get out there in Mother Nature, soak up some of that salt water. It's a nice little chance to take a break and share some waves with your mates. I know that's been one of the best things for me down in Papamoa. Our region is perfect for people to learn, so whether it's the little grommies or the mums and dads getting back into it after a break for 20 odd years or so, it is great to get everyone back in the water. And you can enjoy some of the surf action today. Today is all about the best of the best here. The New Zealand Surf Series wrapping up here with the Super 16 Grand Final. So everyone, the top 8 females from around the country and the top 16 men have qualified to be at this event, backed up on their results from the other surf series around the country. So we've been anywhere from Piha, Raglan, we were at Kokora, a couple of spots down there in Christchurch, we won't give too much away. North Y represent, and of course the backdoor Taranaki Pro as well. So everyone coming from everywhere. So we saw on the ladies' side it was Safi Vetti taking the win for Nationals, a emotional victory there for young Safi Vetti. And it was Zana Hutchinson took the win down in Christchurch in March, and then of course it was Paige Harab who took the win in Raglan later in March. And then it was Safi Vetti did the mission down to Dunedin to take the win in the Emerson South Island Champs. And then young Ava Henderson taking the win at Taranaki for the backdoor Pro. So absolutely stacked, and it's great to see. There's been a bit of domination, I guess, on the guys' side. Taylor, he's had those 2 wins. Ricardo came back and was played spoiler at Taranaki, and of course Billy Stearman, we know, is 8-time national champion and a formidable competitor. But it's still anyone's event here at the Super 16. I said, unfortunately, we don't have Paige Harab and Safi Vetti with us today. But they are both set up at home. Paige obviously in Taranaki, Safi and Gizzy doing the training, getting the work done, ready to go to that Olympic qualifier over there in the ISA Games. And it looked like Ella Williams making her way down the beach for heat number 2. A young lady from Whangamata is our Olympian to be. Ella Williams, part of the New Zealand Olympic team, travelling off there in July. Herself and Billy Stearman provisionally qualified for the Olympics. It is going to be amazing to see surfing in the Olympics this year. Also skateboarding. It's going to be interesting to see how our new age sports, our extreme sports, how they'll convert that sort of idea across the Olympic format. We see, there you go, old mate having a go out there, getting into it. It's a sport for anyone. But you won't get much of a score out of the judges without that rash shirt on, that's for sure. See, here we go, free servers, but you see our servers the ladies are giving each other a bit of room. It does look like Ariana is still holding down the lead with that 5.93 and a 5.33. Ava Henderson, there we saw a 6.33 on that last wave, Ava. So jumps from third to second. Now pressure mounting on Zana and Anna to go and find the waves they need with 6 minutes remaining. So you see on your screen it is Ariana Shuri with a pretty solid lead right now. Ava Henderson now with a 6.33. Any other wave is going to help her situation. But Zana only needs about a 2.7 to progress. And again, Anna only needing a 5.7 to progress. So still a very close heat, as you would expect from this talented field of open women's servers in semi-final number 1. And then we'll have heat number 2 will be Natasha Goldsbury, Gabby Paul from Piha, Georgia Wetherall from the Mount, and of course Ella Williams from Whangamata. See the old black sand there at Piha. What we call the beehive, the other little rock to the left-hand side of South Piha there. And well, there's a little what we call the keyhole, hence our good friend Elliot earlier on talking about the keyhole board riders, alluding to that, and that is of course there's a little keyhole over on the side of the rocks there you can use on the big days to sneak out and help you get out the back. It can be a bit daunting cutting through the rocks as the swells roll through. But it's all part of the game. It's the beautiful thing about learning to surf. You're taking on Mother Nature in all their forms. Today is idyllic conditions, though, for this event. I mean, there's plenty of things around Surfing New Zealand as well. If you want to get more involved, by all means, look up the governing body, Surfing New Zealand. If you're new to, if you're tuned in, you're wondering what's going on, you're wondering who I am and what we're doing here. This is the Super 16 presented by Skinnies, Sungel, and our good friends at Volkswagen. My name's Gav Bisman. It's great to have you here at South PR. So this is basically our Grand Champion event. We're trying to find the best of the best here from Aotearoa. But of course, if you get involved with Surfing New Zealand, there's plenty of initiatives they're doing with anything from the Wave Warriors program they run for helping a lot of the young junior surfers. It's a massive thing to do. The team at Water Safety New Zealand, of course, helping continue and support that initiative. And that basically means there's the likes of Lee Ryan from Surfing New Zealand out there running programs, the sort of like have a go days as such, reaching out to a lot of the community and a lot of the kids who would never get a chance to surf. And it's really cool, the Young Wave Warriors program. And getting on board with Water Safety New Zealand, working together collectively to kind of help more people have a chance to surf. And, see if it's something they want to get involved with. Otherwise, at least it's just a great day at the beach and teaching them a few new skills. Of course, we've also got other initiatives with, to help inspiring our young women to get into surfing as well. We're seeing now the talent we have here in Aotearoa with our ladies surfing. But another initiative as well. We've had some great little situations going on. We had like Ella and Safi getting together with some of the young girls at some of the events, chatting to them about it, getting them out there for a free surf, and helping sort of inspire and mentor young ladies who want to have a go. That's something else you can always check out through the Surfing New Zealand Insta or Facebook or obviously the website. Plenty of initiatives out there for people who want to get involved. Not necessarily just competitively, but just in any aspect of surfing. More about being involved rather than always competing. Today, though, 3 minutes to go in this heat. And you saw Ava Henderson just getting bounced off that wave. Now, she needed a good backup score here. This one's a bit of a foamy one. You can see she's realised, look, I don't have long to go. I need more than a 1 point ride backup. So, yeah, it wasn't much in it. She got a bit caught up in the whitewater, but she's got the 6.33 locked in. but she needs to keep Zana and Anna at bay. They don't need much to progress. Here we see our current heat leader, Ariana Shuri. She's ripping at the moment. Got the 5.9 and the 5.3 locked in. Ariana nicely surfed, coming unstuck on the last turn, but a great wave before that. And as I was saying, there's even sort of different things. We've started a new program recently as well. If you check out Surfing New Zealand, the Surfers Rescue 24/7 is a cool new program. Sort of was actually developed by Surfing New South Wales, and we've been rolling it out here in New Zealand. I was lucky enough to do the course earlier this year down there in Mount Maunganui. And it's basically about helping upskill ourselves as surfers and just the everyday surfer to sort of allow you to have a skill set to help you save lives in critical situations. So it's basically something we're sort of running aside and in conjunction with Surf Lifesaving New Zealand, trying to work together, basically to upskill just the everyday surfer. We know as surfers, we're out in the environment a lot. Quite often you end up helping people who are not too sure or get stuck in rips and those sorts of things. So as surfers, it's a pretty cool thing. You should look that up. Surfers Rescue 24/7 was a great course to do down there in the Mount, and learned a few new things about just how to help others. It's kind of, I think, gives you a bit of confidence in yourself too. You know, you do find yourself out there trying to surf just with yourself or with a couple of mates, and sometimes there's, you know, you're in remote locations. So it was a great initiative, the Surfers Rescue 24/7. We're actually, you know, about 60% of rescues sort of can happen after hours and outside of some of the lifeguarding sort of volunteer services, so surfers end up being a key part of that situation. Look, here we go, 1 minute to go. Ava Henderson scratching for that second weight as Ariana Shu holding down the lead, but Anna Brock, she only needs a 5-point ride to progress, and Zana Hutchinson still only chasing that sort of 2.6, which she can easily grab. It's just whether she'll find the wave to do it. Ava now, she took her time to start, but getting real busy in these last couple of minutes. So 15 seconds to go here at the New Zealand Super 16 final, presented by our friends at Skinny's, Sungel and Volkswagen. We are going to count down women's semi-final number 1. Unofficially, it looks like Ariana Shuri taking the win, and Ava Henderson scratching through that one in second position. She had the 6.33, the best single wave, but only had a 2-point ride backup score. We do have a wave to come though, of course. But heat number 2 coming up now. In the red will be Natasha Goldsbury from Taranaki. In the white, Gabby Paul from Piha. Georgia Wetterall from Mount Maunganui in the green, and Ella Williams, as you see on your screen, in the blue. So again, to the ladies from the West Coast, couple from the East Coast, Taranaki and Piha from the West Coast, Mount Maunganui, and of course Whangamata for Ella, representing the East Coast here for semi-final number 2. Looks like Ariana and Ava on your screen there. We're moving through to the women's grand final coming up at about 1 p.m. We're just on midday, so stay tuned. We've got men's semi-final action and then the grand finals this afternoon. Great sportsmanship from the ladies, congratulating one another. And you hear the beach commentary in the background there. We are about to kick off heat number 2. Underway here at South Piha. Of course, we're very grateful for our partners for Surfing New Zealand. Of course, our presenters this weekend, Volkswagen New Zealand and Skinny Sungel. You're obviously tuned in via the Sky Sport Next YouTube live links, and of course on Sky Sport Channel 9. Our friends at Sport New Zealand for helping us run a lot of these initiatives. Foundation North helping fund and support all these initiatives, and a massive thank you, of course, to our friends at Water Safety New Zealand helping with those Wave Warrior programs and alike. So, and of course, our partners with Surfing New Zealand, New Zealand Surfing Magazine. A shout out to our good friend Corey Scott, editor, photographer, and all-round legend. And then our event sponsors this season: Rip Curl, Billabong, Backdoor, Exit Surf for some of those South Island events down there. Sticky Johnson, the best wax in the world, made right here in Aotearoa. And our friends at Hurley who helped put on the Hurley Club Champs just last weekend in Whangamata. So great to have some big support there from all the brands and all those involved in surfing, supporting New Zealand surfing here and Kiwi surfers home and abroad. Right now in the water on your screen, 20-minute heats for these semi-finals. The Open Women's semi-final number 2 in the water. You're with me, Gav Bisman, in the hot seat, joining you here from Piha Beach today. Welcome everyone. If you're anywhere near us, come on out. Enjoy the action live here on the hot black sand. It is heating up, and right now it is young Gabby Paul from Piha. The white rashy just getting caught behind on that one. Gabby's been spending a lot of time down at Raglan as well, working on her surfing and her competition surfing. There's a couple of events coming up in Australia as well. We were talking about one of them last night. I know Gabby's looking at that. Quite a cool different event where it's longboarding and shortboarding. So all these women extremely talented and on all types of surf craft. So we've got 20-minute heats for the semi-finals. We will have 25-minute grand finals coming up this afternoon. At the moment, there's a 12-wave maximum for all the women in the water. And, of course, their best 2 waves, their 2 highest scores are going to be their keepers and go towards their final heat total. And that will decide first and second and who moves through to the grand final. So all ladies just trying to reposition themselves in the lineup. And it does look like Georgia Wetherall with about a 3.3 locking in, and Gabby Paul something around that 3-point range as well. It's a little bit of a slower start for the women here in heat number 2. And then we'll be getting ready for the men's semi-final number 2. We see plenty of waves rolling through here at South Piha. So a few free surfers on the fringes there from the competitors, but with conditions like this, there's plenty of waves around the entire coastline today. It's good to see everyone parked up, come and hang out, kick back in one of those fine Volkswagen. We've been cruising around in the Volkswagen California this weekend. It's been pretty fun, loaded up with all the boards, getting a few waves and enjoying some West Coast surf and hospitality. And more of the same again today for the women here. We're just waiting on a little score update to lock in. Looks like only Georgia and Gabby at the moment. It was Gabby Paul locked in that 3.4 for her first wave. So Ella and Natasha just being patient. I will step out for a moment and look forward to catching up with Ariana Shuri. Hey Ava, how's it going? How are you feeling out there?
I'm good. I'm pretty tired. It's a bit of a paddle because we got stuck down the far end of my heat, but yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, it looked like, I was kind of like, oh, she's just been patient, waited, and then you got in a good 6-point sort of ride, but then a couple of minutes to go, I was like, you only needed 2.5 or something, but you could see you took about 3 or 4 waves in the last 2 minutes of the heat. Pressure was on.
Yeah, it sure was. Zana ripped, so she could have easily gotten the score, just had to be safe as.
I can say I was kind of worried. I was like, hopefully she understands. There's not much in it for all second, third, and fourth, and it was a pretty close one. But job done, and you're moving through grand finals. You're feeling confidence now. You've been doing amazingly well all throughout the whole series. So your confidence is key for the final.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll just go in with an open mind, do my best, and
So humble, mate. Come on, you're a champion. We look forward to seeing you out there. Have fun, babe. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
So Ava is going to represent for the Christchurch crew. She's cleaned up the series, one of our most promising junior servers, and out here for the Super 16 Open Women's Grand Final.
Right-hander, 4.93. So leading out the lead now, followed by Blue, who's taking down 1.02 for the lead. And third, white server, Gabrielle Paul, taking down a 3.54. And red hit opener down here, taking a 6.94. Third, green, second, blue. Third, white, fourth.
So yeah, it was right on the last couple of wave exchanges there. It was Ava Henderson taking the win, moving through. So it is herself and Ariana Shuri moving through to grand finals. Going to be a great afternoon here. As you can see, plenty more waves coming through. We'll just wait for a few more scores to lock in from the ladies. Semi-final number 2. Now we've seen a few more scores drop in. Was Georgia Wetterall, so she had the 3.2 on the earlier wave and then locked in on the 4.6. There we saw Ella Williams being patient, but her first wave is 6.93. So that is an excellent, great way to start. High, good score. So alluded to before earlier on, if you're not familiar with competitive surfing, the idea being that the judges are working off a scale of 10, and sort of that 0 to 2 and the 2 to 4 is all the sort of pretty poor to fair surfing, and then that 4 to 6 becomes average range. 6 to 8 is that good and very good range, and then of course in the 8 to 10 range is the excellent scores. And Ella Williams with a 6.93, so a very good wave for her to open her account with. It looked like Georgia Wetterall just coming unstuck there. Gabby Paul as well has that 3.4 locked in, and Natasha Goldsbury just patiently waiting for the wave she wants. You heard from Ava, obviously there's a bit of water moving out there. Tide is just kind of reaching high tide, and there's still some good sets. A little bit deceiving on your screen actually, it only looks like a couple of foot, but there's a good 3 to 4 foot sets coming through, which again, if you're not familiar with surfing, we have our own funny terms and lingo, but 3 to 4 foot, you're literally thinking, oh, that's only waist high, Gav, what are you on about? But a 3 to 4 foot wave on a 6 foot person like myself is kind of what we call an overhead wave. We kind of measure effectively the middle of the wave, so it's a bit of a guesstimation. But for us core surfers, it's an exact science. Of course, depends. If your friends missed out on a wave with you, of course, you might, tell them it was 4 to 6 foot, not maybe 2 to 3. It's always the way, never let the truth get in the way of a good story, they say. But no, we're talking old school with surf lingo. So if you're trying to figure out what's he on about, here you see Ella Williams, big turn on the back end there. You could see that wave well overhead for Ella as she took off. Oh, amazing surfing. Oh, comes unstuck. That last one, but some beautiful big turns from Ella Williams. So that's what I was talking about. We say it's 3 foot, which you would think it's only sort of waist high. But you saw on that, a good overhead on the takeoff part of that wave for Ella Williams. So here we see on the Surf New Zealand replay. Oh no, live action right now. Sorry, we're just here we see Ella. It is. Oh, beautiful big turn there. Big spray out the back, and another one more on rail, engages those fins. And this one just mistimed it a little bit on that finishing turn. And you can see just getting pushed over the front and sort of losing that centre of gravity. So unfortunately, not quite finishing that one, but the strength of those first 2 turns, I imagine, will still be an impressive score from the judges. Looks like Georgia Wetterall just has a game plan to keep busy. Georgia already locking in the 4.6 and 3.2. And there we do see the official results from Semi-final number 1. Oh no, it was Ariana Shuru who took the win. Ava Henderson, sneaking through in second position. But both those ladies moving through to the grand final coming up at approximately 1 p.m. And unfortunately there for Anna Brock and Azana Hutchinson wrapping up their series here in Aotearoa. A chance to go home now and just enjoy the free surfing and the winter swells as they roll on in. I imagine we're going to see an impressively big score. It does. There it is, an 8.67 for Ella Williams. 2 massive, big, critical turns. And as I said, the judges are looking for that scale between 0 to 10. Anything over that 8-point ride is what we consider excellent surfing. And Ella, on the commitment of those 2 big turns, does indeed get an 8.67. So you have a panel of 3 judges, all 3 scores put together then divided. So one judge even going as high as a 9, the other 2 at 8.5. So Ella grabbing the 8.67, an excellent wave score. And now with an 8.67 and a 6.9, so an excellent wave and a very good wave, it is a strong lead for Ella Williams in this women's semi-final number 2. Georgia Weddell, though, is doing well, keeping busy. She's got the 4.5 and a 4.6, currently in second. You see on the Skinnies replay here, waves rolling through, and this does look like Gabby Paul. Just nice style on this one, little foam climb to finish, but just a single manoeuvre. We really need to put a couple together. She's only got the 3.4 locked in, so any other wave is going to help her situation. And 2 of these ladies will be joining Ava and Ariana in the grand final. Here we see finally Natasha Goldsbury getting busy from Taranaki. She's only got the 2.4 locked in. And much like Ava Henderson in the first heat, kind of just being patient to start with, but now with 7 minutes to go, it's time to get a bit busier. You see Georgia Weddell, plenty of waves being ridden and exchanged between these women. Georgia coming unstuck on that one. Good to see, again, development of our young junior surfers, the likes of Georgia Weddell coming through all the Grom comps now into these open events, and of course making the cut for the Super 16, being selected with her results throughout the New Zealand Surf Series. Good day down the beach. Bring the Groms and the dogs. Soak up the heat and the black sand. Kick back and enjoy the best of New Zealand surfing here on display at South Piha for this the Super 16. Stoked to get everyone involved. Being able to share the vision with you from Piha. And they have absolutely turned it on for Grand Finals Day. If you joined us yesterday, it was a whole different situation. We had grey skies, rain bombs and wind swell. And we have switched it up and turned it on for today, so it's great. Good to see good waves too. Allows our surfers, the best of the country, to show you how amazing the surfing is here in Aotearoa. A good showcase of our talent from around the country. Everyone coming together here to be here at Ainoa Kofatu, aka Lion Rock there, on the right hand side of South Piha. So hopefully everyone joining us from wherever you are around the country, parked up, kicking back in the lounge. Maybe you're a bit dusty for your Sunday. There's been some fun waves on the East Coast, so hopefully you've had a morning surf and you're settled in to tune in with us on Sky Sport Next. Enjoy the Super 16. Big day of surf action. I know a lot of people also, core surfers, will be watching the screens later on this afternoon. We're actually pretty lucky. At times in well, we'll run our Super 16. I think hopefully later today we'll start some of the World Tour event from Rottnest in Western Australia as well. So shout out to our friends out there at the World Surf League and our buddies at Surfing Western Australia. We'll celebrate our champions later on today and then hopefully enjoy watching some of the world's best take on Rottnest. But right now it is New Zealand's best here at Piha. You see on your screen for the women's semi-final number 2. Ella Williams dominating this heat now with the 8.6 and the 6.9. Georgia Weddell going well, combined 9.17. Big turn there from Gabby Paul, backs it up with another strong turn. This is what we want to see from Gabby. So She started off with a 3.4. She's just sort of had the wrong waves. Unfortunately, that last one just running away from her with the 2.9. But that one, that we see on the Volkswagen replay, you could see Gabby stroked into this one, read the section, came around, and just nice big on-rail carving Rio. And then another stronger turn for the second one, and does well to ride out in front. So no doubt that will definitely help her situation, and she'll be looking to jump from third into second. Natasha Goldsbury, the young lady in red, is going to be chasing down a 6-point ride to progress. At this stage, she's only got the 3 and the 2.4. But Natasha Goldsbury's been an amazing talent. Again, a talented junior surfer, and now in the open women's divisions. And hailing from Taranaki, so she's used to some good West Coast waves. Relishes in some of the bigger conditions. And she'll be looking to put on a good show for herself, her sponsors and her supporters today. But right now it's probably going to be that way with Gabby Pauls. Will it be enough to help her push up into second position? Look pretty good from the vision. We'll see what the judges decide to reward it with. Again, she's only looking for, it's about a 5.8 actually to progress, so it'll need to be a decent score. So we talked 4s and 5s are what the judges deem to be average. Anything in that sort of 6 range and 7 points is kind of in the good range from a judging point of view. So pressure will probably now be starting to fall on Natasha Goldsbury as well. With 2.5 minutes to go, she'll want to get busy. And I dare say, there it is. Gabby Paul does lock in a 6.47, so you can hear the beach commentary in the background. So yeah, on your screen as well, it is Ella Williams holding down the lead. Gabby Paul now in second. So with that 6.4, she jumps up in the second position. So pressure now on Georgia Wetherell, the young lady in green who was just on your screen. Now needs a 5.2 to progress. Otherwise, Natasha Goldsbury in the red needs a 6.8 to progress. So now the tactics come into play. Ella Williams, I think, would feel confident with the 8.6 and the 6.9. She's got this one locked up. Pressure now on Gabby to hold her position, if not better, the 3.4. And then, of course, Georgia and Natasha need to get busy and try and find an opportunity there. We see Natasha, one nice turn, but that wave just not offering enough. So she'll be rewarded for the nice turn, but you kind of need that combination of manoeuvres if you're going to get bigger points out of the judges. Either that or perhaps one big air, but wait and see. 1 minute 20 to go on your screens. You can see Georgia Wetherell now. She's been keeping busy, which has been a great tactic for her. But now with a minute 20 to go, she only needs a 5.2. Well achievable for her. It'll be just a matter of finding the right wave. We saw there Natasha, 4.5, so well rewarded for the single manoeuvre. It was a big critical turn. But now only needing a 5.4, so that does help her situation. Only needs a 5.4 to progress. But with 1 minute to go, this is when the women are going to be feeling the pressure. So who will join Ariana and Ava in the women's grand final? Looks to be Ella Williams is already setting up her position. She'll be wanting to make that final and just, I think, help, get a few more heats under the belt, help build the confidence as she works on her lead up to the Olympics. Here we see Natasha Goldsbury. This is going to be a key wave for her. 2 nice turns. Does well to find a runner and finishes cleanly inside the last 20 odd seconds. So you hear the hooter go. That is going to be the end of the heat now. Oh, that is going to be a close one. She needed a 5.4 and it is going to be close. I reckon she might have got the nod. I'll let the judges work their magic. But under pressure, Natasha Goldsbury, will she get the upset? She's a talented surfer. She just needed the waves. And for about 19.5 minutes, she couldn't find them. But she might have found the one that she needed to finish. So great to see. Never giving up in that heat. Right to literally the last 30 seconds. Never counted herself out. Knew she's a good enough surfer to do it. Just needed to wait for the wave. And we'll move straight from the women's semi-finals we're going to roll straight into the Open Men's semi-finals. So it will be a matter of whether Natasha Goldsbury did enough on that last wave. To me, it's kind of, from a layman's point of view, it looked like good surfing, which you think would give her the score, but we will wait and see. Meanwhile, we start men's semi-final number 1. Doon Kennings in the red, Taylor Hutchinson in the white, Billy Stearman in the green, and Tom Robinson from Whangarei in the blue. It is game on now. These fellas, semi-final. 4 surfers paddle out. 2 will progress. So first and second will progress to the grand final. It's a 4-person final. Priority is in effect. So again, another little interesting thing about competitive surfing. If you're home and you haven't seen too much, or even if you're a core surfer yourself, but you don't do so many of the comps. At these national competitions, and especially at these bigger ones like the Super 16 today, we have priority. So at the start of the heat, there's no priority. Anyone can catch any kind of wave. But as the heat progresses, one by one, as people catch their waves and sort of put their name and the claim to a wave, they then fall into 4th priority, 3rd priority, etc., etc. And therefore, if I was sitting beside this young man, Taylor Hutchinson, and he had first priority, I'm not allowed to take the wave off him. He has priority if a wave comes in, say myself and him, if he's got first priority. Of course, if I've got first priority, I can drop in on him. I don't create an interference against myself. I don't lose scores or any of those sort of technical things. So the priority can definitely change the situation for the surfers. I say a new thing. It's been a few years now, but in competition surfing, and especially in New Zealand surf circuit, the last couple of years we've really pushed for it to be in all our events. It's a great thing for our surfers to learn as they progress towards world stage and bigger events. It's now an international standard. And you see Billy Stearman, he knows how to run a heat with priority. He's been all around the world. And is, of course, our provisional Olympic qualifier as well. So it looked like just a small score is going to drop in for Taylor Hutch on that first one. Billy Stearman with a nice one. Here we see Taylor again. He talked about it in the post-heat interview earlier on. He's looking for those left-handers, and there we see a couple of big turns on that one. Does well, a little foam climb and wait for the link, but kicks out. But 2 nice big turns on the back end. Taylor is a talent to be reckoned with. Surf Raglan for a long time now, and you can see just at ease, nice big swooping turns. Stays nice and high in the pocket there, and again, nice action there in the slow-mo. Big amount of water moving. He towers above me. I'm 6'1", and Taylor Hutch, I don't know, mate, 6'3" plus. He's like the Owen Wright of New Zealand surfing. Big frame on the fella, but he is a super talented surfer. And young Tom Robinson, a couple of turns and just getting stuck in there. Again, nice, sharp, lively on his board. See, just got a bit hung up on that one. He was kind of trying to look down the wave a bit further and more interested in trying to finish that turn, really. But does well to do so. So all our surfers catching their first waves. And we'll let the judges lock in a few scores. We'll be waiting to see who got the best of it. Billy's looked pretty good at the start. Taylor's second wave looking pretty impressive. And here we see Doon Kennings now warming up. You heard from Elliot Paidala Reid earlier on. Doon here representing the Keyhole board rise from Piha. And he'll be amping to take the win here at the Super 16 on home turf. Great vision here from the drone up above. Beautiful big carving turn there from Doon. Shrelps into the pocket on that one. And combination and a fourth and final. Oh, that's going to be a great score for Doon. I only saw the first 2 turns initially, but 4 big critical turns. The judges will love that variety of repertoire. It's part of the criteria. And that is basically the different types of turns that surfers can do. Obviously, a Rio is a standard big turn. But you've got carves, laybacks. Obviously, we know Doon's a talented aerialist as well, can get a number of ears on a surfboard. So you'll see with that, though, a variety of manoeuvres like that on a wave is going to score very well. So I dare say Doon is going to start off with an amazing wave there. If you want to see all the live scores as they come straight off the judging tables, it is compusurf.com.au. So our judges are New Zealand's best judges sitting in the panel over there. Live scores all feeding straight out there to compusurf.com.au. Otherwise, I'll give you updates as we go. It was Taylor Hutch with that 5.4 on a second wave. So the man in white currently lead. Here we see Billy Stearman, though, up and riding. Big turn, does well, reads the wave well. Almost elongates the turn to find that whitewater section and ride out of it. So Billy only opened up with a 4.8. And, I mean, for him, that is a warm-up wave for sure. So he'll just be looking to keep the confidence up, keep mobile. There we saw Doon Kennings, a 7.17. So you see on your screen, surf in red, Doon Kennings, the 7.17. That was a very good wave score for that first wave. Almost thought it might have been excellent, actually. This looks pretty damn good to me, but that is the judges, 7.17, locking it in. So only the one score, but a good one for Doon so far. You see at the moment, Taylor Hutchinson in the lead with that 5.43. He'll be looking to improve on that 2.67. And actually, I think he's got another wave to lock in, which will help that situation. And we saw Billy Stearman, so that last wave a 4.93. So now Billy with the 4.8 and the 4.9 again. For him, that's just warm-up waves, really. But at the moment, it is enough to be in the lead of this heat with 13 and a half minutes to going. Men's semi-final number 1. I will jump out. Let's see if we can catch up. Natasha Goldsberry it might be. We'll see if that... Oh, sorry, Ella Williams took the win, but Natasha Goldsberry was enough for that second position.
Don't forget, if you'd like to check out that Volkswagen California in the car park there, get over there. Scan the QR code.
So my good friend Ella Williams, how are you, baby? How's it out there?
Hello, I'm good. It's great. There's a lot of fun waves on offer, so I think us girls and guys are just so stoked to have some good waves.
Yeah, I know. Yesterday was pretty grim out here, to be honest, but for the juniors they did well, but this morning we've been blessed with like sunshine and good waves. I know a few of the boys have been talking that there's been some tough, there's still a lot of water moving, especially a fresh swell coming in, and you're saying yourself it's pretty hard to kind of find the right waves there.
Yeah, it is. I know. It's very peaky today, and there's a lot of water moving. I think I got stuck in there on the inside for like half the heat. I think I was doing a lot of paddling, but if you can get the right wave, you can really make it worth it, and you can rip it to the beach. So yeah, it's definitely some great waves on offer.
Yeah, well, you did the job. I mean, the only excellent score I've seen so far this morning, 8.67. That's got to give you some confidence going into the grand finals. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It does. It just keeps surfing and trucking along, and just do one more heat.
Nice. And now I've got to ask. Olympics are coming up. Now, I know you've been at home doing lots of training sort of out of the water as well, as much as like the surf's a key thing, but for you it's also been about training. What's been the big thing you're working towards ready for Olympics?
Yeah, the Olympics is coming up so fast, which is so exciting. I've been mentally, physically getting prepared. My gym, Bodyworks gym back at home, Gareth and Gemma, they've been training me so well in the gym and in the water. I've had Braden, my brother, my mum, my dad, a lot of training. So it's been really good. I've been keeping it close to home, but I've been loving every minute of it, and it's just an exciting journey to be on. Yeah.
We are absolutely all ramped. I think the whole country is going to be cheering yourself and Billy on, and obviously a few of the other girls are heading over to look for the other qualification spots. So we'll see you in the final, and we look forward to seeing more of the same.
Thank you. Yeah,
see you,
I'm excited. I'll see you soon. One more heat.
It's the big one. Okay, we'll jump back in and we'll see what's happening for men's semi-finals.
Very good little exchange. Shift the situation somewhat.
Lads are keeping busy for semi-final number 1. It looks like on our screen, Tom Robinson. Tearing that one apart. We'll wait for the replay. But yeah, we've got a heat on our hands now. You can see Ella Williams ecstatic after that semi-final win, making her way through to the grand finals. here for the Super 16, presented by Skinny Sungel and Volkswagen. But also an amazingly talented server, has been for a number of years now here, a national champ, an outstanding junior, and is now going to try and be one of New Zealand's Olympians there in Tokyo coming up. She's been doing a lot of work with the New Zealand team as a whole, the Olympic squad. And as you heard, doing a lot of work at home as well, keeping fit, getting mentally prepared, and making sure she is fit and ready to go. Take on the world there for the Olympics. It is going to be amazing to see how we can translate surfing into being an Olympic sport. So it's been a big focus from the ISA, which is the International Surfing Association. It's been a big vision of theirs for a long time now. They're probably the other larger body, and then you've got the World Surf League, which are now working towards the same mission. And of course, New Zealand's best surfers will be taking on the world's best surfers over there for Olympic glory. Oh, looks like someone getting caught up in that one. Right now we're looking for Super 16 glory here at Piha though. So it did look like Billy Stanman was still holding down the lead with the 4.8 and the 4.9. We've got a score to come for Tom Robinson, the young fella in blue. Taylor Hutch still holding into the second there with the 5.4 and the 2.6. And it was Doon Kennings who started off with a cracker, a 7.17. Just waiting to see what else he will back it up with. Plenty of time though, 9 minutes gone, so they have 20 minutes in this heat. They catch a maximum of 12 waves, which you're doing pretty well to catch anything like that. And then, of course, your best two scores are going to be, so you can catch up to 12 waves, but it's your best two, your highest two scores will be your keepers, and that will decide your heat total. So I'm pretty sure that wave from Tom Robinson at the moment, he was in fourth with a 4.23, and we hear it getting locked in a 7.67. So you see on your screen there, the young man at blue at the bottom, 11.9 heat total now for young Tom Robinson, jumps up into the lead. So Tom with a 7.67 and a 4.23 now. Billy Stanman in second with a 4.8 and a 4.9, but at pressure now on Taylor Hutchinson. Doesn't need too much, only needs about a 4.4 to progress. And of course, Doon Kennings has already locked in that 7.17, the single wave score, but any other wave is going to help his situation right now. Only needs about a 2.7, plenty of time. Looked like Billy Stanman. I almost wonder if he's going to try and go for an air on that one, but just trying to find a bigger section, do some turns on. Absolutely beautiful day out here at PR. I keep going on about it because it's actually that mint, and I think probably because yesterday was so grim. It has turned it on for us today for Super 16 Grand Finals. And we have the men's semi-final number one in the water. Of course, one more semi-final after this, and then we'll be moving straight into the finals. So about 1 p.m. onwards, stay locked, tuned in, and enjoy New Zealand's best surfers taking on one another out here at Piha. Tom Robinson, just a little in and out there, a little turn, but that won't do much for him. He'll throw that one away, just probably keep him busy. Keeping the nerves in check, 7.67 and a 4.23 for Tom. So he's looking to improve in that 4-point ride. That's going to be his key thing now with 7 minutes to go. Wants to keep the pressure on the other competitors. There we see the Keyhole crew, all the Keyhole board riders. There's a couple of different board riders out here, the Lion Rock board riders, Piha board riders, and of course the Keyhole, as Elliot alluded to earlier on, but more of a social club. All still some very talented surfers, especially with the likes of Elliot and Doon leading the charge there. But they're like a tight-knit community, all supporting one another, and they'll be down here cheering on Doon in this heat. So the young man in red, I'll be wanting him to back up that 7.17 and move through to finals. So 4 surfers in the water. If you're not too aware how it all works, 4 surfers paddle out for the heat. They get their best two, well, the best 2 scores they get will be their heat totals, and of course, first and second move through to the grand final. So even the final will be a 4-person final. You see on the beach there, looks like our good mate Paul Moretti warming up, ready for semi-final number 2. So a couple of hours gone, but we have got idyllic conditions here for hanging out, soaking up the good times. Indulging in a few of those fine Phoenix refreshments while we're parked up out here at South Piha. There we see Tom Robinson going well, the young Grom. He's been a standout junior surfer, doing really, really well in the junior series, and now stepping up into the big guns, taking on the open men's rounds, and he's doing well. He's got the 7.6 locked in, and I dare say that might improve on his 4.2. Oh, Billy Stearman, he's almost looking frustrated. He looks normally pretty confident, pretty at ease, Billy, but you can see he just hasn't found the wave he wanted yet. He's still got the 4.9, the 4.8, holding down second, but for Billy, he'd be way more comfortable with 6s, 7s, and 8s and 9s locked in. Here we see Doon Kennings, bang, big turn. That's it. Puffing out the chest as he rides out of that one. He's feeling it, Dooney Kennings. We'll wait for the replay. I think he got a couple of nice turns on that. He doesn't need much at all to put the pressure on, as we see on the Volkswagen replay. Doon just came out nice first big carving turn, and then you could see him stall and wait and attacking that final section. So throwing it up into the sky there. He did well at the Hurley Club Champs, helped the Keyhole Border Riders take the win, and Doon himself being sponsored and supported by the crew there at Hurley. He'll be looking to back that result up with a win today as well. So pressure is going to be on now. Probably starting to mount some pressure against Billy and Taylor. Taylor won the earlier round. Straight away, there we see it was Doon Kennings, a 6.43. So Doon now with that 7.1 and the 6.4 is, it's commanding lead right now. Tom Robinson, the Grom in blue, still holding it down second. He's backed that up with that 5.7, so pressure is on. Billy Stearman now needs an 8.5 to progress. Taylor Hutchinson now needing an 8-point ride to progress. So excellent waves needed from both Billy and Taylor to progress. This could be a good upset with 3 minutes to go. So it is the two younger surfers. But yeah, Doon Kennings making a statement on this one now. Being patient, got the 7.17 right at the start, and then just knew he had to lock in a good one to back it up. Does so with the 6.43 at the moment. Tom Robinson, he's got the 7.6 and the best wave of the heat so far, and then had backed it up with that 5.7 on his last attempt. So again, pressure now on Billy to either improve on those 5-point rides, but actually with 2.5 minutes, really, he's chasing that 8.4 to progress. And Taylor Hutchinson, he won the first quarter final, but pressure is on Taylor now to find the 8-point ride he needs to progress to the grand finals. So you can hear, if you can hear the beach commentary, you can hear them talking about the priority changes, and that means obviously even when surfers, even if they don't catch a wave, if they paddle, if there's an attempt or a concerted effort at paddling for a wave, it can change their priority in the lineup. So I'm not too sure who it was, but if someone's, perhaps say it was Doon sitting out the back with first priority, if he paddles for a wave but misses the wave, if he's had a good paddle at it and really attempted to take the wave, regardless of the fact he missed it, he will lose his priority. So that can be a key in your strategic part of the heat as well. You see, looks like Tom Robinson throwing the board to the skies, looking for a little air there, but that one not really ramping up for him. So yeah, this is when priority can definitely work for or against you in these last minutes of the heat. You can use it to hold someone off a wave, or unfortunately, if you're scratching for one and you miss it, it can push you right down the back of the pecking order, make it a lot harder to find the wave you want. But yeah, with 1 minute to go, here we see Taylor Hutchinson on the back end, big turn. You know he's going to back it up again, does indeed, and he's going for the third and final to finish. Nice wave. He's chasing a close to excellent score, but you knew Taylor, he even talked about in the post-heat interview, after quarterfinals, he said, I'll be looking for the lefts. Game plan. He's a strong backhand surfer after honing his skills all the years at Raglan. And you see young Taylor Robinson, 20 seconds to go, he's coming in. I don't know. That's a big call. You got the likes of Billy Stearman and Taylor Hutchinson out there. I'd be sitting right on top of them. But I guess if you haven't got the priority, there's not much you can do about it. But we might be about to see a bit of upset here. Taylor Hutchinson and Billy Stearman would have been sort of our top to rank surfers for this one. The likes of Daniel Farr, Levi Stewart. I mean, everyone's here, you know, because they're qualified to be at this event. But you dare say Billy and Taylor almost would have been considered favourites for this one, arguably, of course. But we'll wait and see what those finishing scores were. Billy just never seizing the opportunity, I don't think. And unfortunately, Taylor, I don't know, it's a pretty good wave to finish, but will it be enough? He needed a near excellent score. So we'll let the judges crunch the numbers, and we will get ready to roll into semi-final number 2. You see the young fella, Tom Robinson, walking his way. He'll be wrapped with that result. It does look like Doon Kenning's on screen there as well, making his way out of the lineup. Be excited. I dare say the Keyhole crew will erupt once they find out their boys taking that one out. You see semi-final number 2 on your screen. Callum Shooter, Sean Peggs, Paul Murray and Levi Stewart. All, East Coast crew for the semi-final, but Paul Murray, of course, spending a lot of time out there at Multi Bay, out there on the coast of Middleway. Good to see him representing for the Mud Bay. Big hello to all the crew from Multi Bay Board Riders. If you tuned in, you know how special you guys are to me, my old stomping ground. And I hope you're all tuned in and supporting Mr. Moretti as he takes on New Zealand's best here for semi-final number 2. Big through the roof there for our surfer in blue, which is Levi Stewart from Waihi. So it's Levi in the blue, Paul Moretti in the green, of course Sean Peggs in the white from Tairua, and in the red is Callum Shooter from Mount Maunganui. But if you come on out, it's nearly time for finals. Ladies grand final coming up in just on 20 minutes time. Come on out. There's a few cool things to do if you come out here to PR. Of course, you can't go amiss. You've got to call in. Check out the Lion Rock Surf Shop. Our good mate and Kiwi surf royalty, really, Ian Buchanan, aka Ratso. So you got to drop in and say g'day. He's actually overseas at the moment with the world tour, but call into the Lion Rock Surf Shop. And I tell you what, if you're going to make the mission out here to join us at PR, you can't go amiss. You got to call in and see the crew at PR Surf Store. My good mate Pete up there, best coffee in town. Pies are amazing. Just Gav's hint, if you're coming to PR, it's pretty much a post-surf requirement. Drop in the PR store for a little chit-chat and a catch-up. You see beautiful, idyllic conditions here at PR. Come out and join me. Get amongst it. And I'll try and coerce my good mate, Mr. Ben Kennings, our contest director. He's been busy out there behind the scenes making sure we get this thing organised, because, let's be honest, we're a riff-raff bunch of surfers. But it's a pleasure to have you back in the booth, Mr. Ben Kennings.
Thanks, Gav.
How are you, mate? How are we going out there behind the scenes?
Good. I've been on the beach commentary for a little as well.
I heard the vocal cords, mate, warming up out there, giving the surfers the update from the beach. Obviously, everyone at home can hear us, but the surfers in the water can't hear me.
No.
I'm of no use to them whatsoever. So that beach commentary role, pretty key, mate. I think we saw a bit of an upset in that last one.
I think so too.
It's good.
Every day of the week you would have put Billy and Taylor through that.
We did indeed. There we are on the screen. Was Doon Kennings, the Prince of PR, taking the win. And young Tom Robinson, mate.
Yeah.
Scalping Billy and Taylor.
Yeah, and I think that's the second final for Tom Robinson this year as well. I'm pretty sure he was a finalist at the Rip Curl Pro at Raglan.
I can neither confirm nor deny, but I believe you're right. He was. Yeah, he did actually. Made a way through to the grand finals there.
Yeah, so he is surfing really good. He's
he's looking lively and sharp on that one.
Yeah, he's been at the Raglan Surf Academy for the last several years, and he's always had all the flow, and I think he's added a lot more speed and flair to his surfing. He can punt ears now, and he often releases the tail through those turns.
Yeah.
And I think he's getting rewarded for that.
Yeah, well, you can see in that one, I mean, he had good scores. I mean, Billy was left with a 4.8 and a 4.9. He started off quite quickly and just got a couple of, I mean, I alluded to them being like, they're warm-up waves for Billy Stemmen. And then you could see with 7 minutes or so to go, he just kind of looked lost at sea a bit. You could see you could actually feel, I think, even through the vision, you could see he was getting frustrated. And it's not like Billy to really do that a lot.
No, I think he gave it his best shot. You look at his wave count. He was out there hunting.
Yeah.
And that's what you've got to do at PIHA. Sometimes you've just got to hunt those scores and hope something pops up that gives you that opportunity. So he gave it a go, but didn't quite get there in the end.
Yeah, no,
unfortunate.
I think that was it. He knows he can do it. It was just the frustration, probably not find the waves he needed or wanted for that matter. But I will jump out and have a little chat to our good friend, Mr. Doon Kennings.
So early scores in this heat, and in blue, Levi Stewart. From Waihi Beach, starting out with a 6.33, and red surfer Callum Shooter there, also getting his first wave of 4.83. So a couple of good scores there. Saw Levi finish off that wave. I think Green may have a wave to come as well. As we switch over to Gav with the interview with Doon Kennings.
So here with my good mate, Doon Kennings. You're back again, champ?
Yeah.
Hey, took the win again, mate?
Yeah.
Feeling it?
Yeah, just only got 2 waves out there in that one, but I knew the ones I was looking for and made the most of them and got through, so stoked.
Mate, you smashed that 7.17. I reckon the judges ripped you off. I reckon it was excellent, mate. But no, you did the damage, and then you're right. I was like, 10 minutes probably went by, and I was like, he's definitely waiting for a good keeper, and man, smashed again at 6.93. So obviously feeling the confidence in yourself to wait for the right waves.
Yeah, well, I spent so much time out there, and I know what ones I'm looking for, and you got Billy and Taylor Hutch and Tom, so that they're all shredding, and you got to pick the right one to beat those guys. So yeah, just waited, and yeah, they came through.
Mate, the game plan paid off. So the Prince of PIHA's into the grand finals, champ. I'm scared how Keyhole are going to react if you take the win, mate. It's going to be epic.
Yeah, definitely up the Keyhole, and going for it. Gonna not holding back at all.
Nice one, mate. That's what we're going to hear. We'll rest up, get ready, and we'll see you in the grand finals, buddy. Yeah, mate. Back to you, Ben.
Cheers, Gav. And we've seen a couple of nice waves there while the interview was on. I think Callum Shooter got a little wave to back up his first one through the inside. Sean Peggs is being patient, though. He's waiting for, I guess, perhaps he's taking a little bit of Doon's strategy there, waiting for the best waves to come through. We are starting to see that wind swing a little bit more to the north as well, so potentially it's going to make the conditions a little bit more challenging for the surfers. You can see Green there. Paul Moretti, love the blackboard that he's got, really sticks out. Based in Muriwai at the moment, also from Northland. Fantastic surfer. Yep, and there is Sean Peggs as well, getting his account underway. Peggsy loves those lefts from the middle of the beach heading in towards Lion Rock, the wide ones, and he has the speed to be able to turn some of those like almost waves that are almost closing out. But he has the speed to get through them, and that one there, he come through, the whitewash there, beautiful drone shot, and finishes that one off. 3 turns there, so looking good for Sean. Nice little start.
Looks like here right behind him as well is young man in red, Callum. Does well to finish that one cleanly and nicely. So So we've got a heat on our hands right now. I think maybe that, maybe they saw that other one, saw sort of Billy get, I mean, I don't want to say lost at sea, but it was more like tactically he was waiting for a set. It just never arrived. So those guys realising, hey, look, I've actually maybe got to capitalise on what opportunities I do get. I can wait, I can be patient. I mean, that was June's game plan, but for him it pays off. But for everyone, I guess, with you get to say less than that 7 minute, or especially the 5 minute mark, if you haven't locked in that score you need, you really got to start moving around. These guys are just not leaving it to chance. And so at the start of the heat, grabbing every wave they can.
Yeah, I think it's you're almost an either. You're a surfer that builds house, what they call builds house, and just get your confidence up, catch waves, try and better your scores all the time. Or if you've got the patience and if you've got the ability to stay calm under pressure and wait just for those 2 good waves, then that is an opportunity for you as well. But the majority of surfers, I think, are better off catching a couple of good waves, putting your opponents under pressure, then they have to react to what you're doing rather than you reacting to scores that you need. So you start controlling the heat, you put the pressure on the other surfers, and you can choose what waves you want to go for. So that would be my option out here. Levi Stewart at the moment has a 6.83 and a 6.33, so is out in the lead. Callum Shooter there, currently in second place with a 4.83 and a 4.07. Paul Moretti, just that one scoring ride in the computer that we saw from the drone. That's 5.73, and waiting for Sean Peggs' wave to come through as well, as we see somebody go over the falls. Yeah, somebody did get chewed up in the whitewash, so quite dangerous out there. We had one surfer in the national champs this year actually headbutt the sand and hurt his neck quite substantially, took some time off work. Chris Fougier.
Yeah, it's good to see him actually caught up with Mr. Fougier yesterday. It was good to see him, that was heavy impact. So, I mean, it's only water, but it hurts like concrete when you take a face full of it like that.
Yep, and if you hit it on the side of your head, and it smashes your ear, you can burst your eardrum and things, so got to be pretty careful. Sean Peggs.
We are an extreme sport, mate, surfing.
Yes.
I kind of like some of the good old days of where we were considered one of the exports. I don't know, maybe we're getting too mainstream now, we're going to Olympics.
Yeah, never know. It's certainly an action sport.
Oh, definitely.
It's good for you, though. The ocean's good for you. The health benefits of surfing and the physical benefits are pretty amazing.
The mental health and wellness you get from just being out in the water, mate, I can't talk about enough.
No.
I mean, I think that's a good thing about. I mean, we do it because we love it. It's a sport as well. There's people who love competing. You yourself have still chucked your name in the hat for a few of them. I do a few of the local fun comps and stuff. But mate, just being out there and soaking up that energy, it's good for us.
Yeah, and you look at some of those programs now that use surfing, whether it's with the war veterans or it's surfing for farmers, which is very popular in New Zealand now and growing a lot. Just getting people out of their workplace, as we see Sean Peggs on another one.
He's going to work on this one, mate. Jeez, Peggs, he's on fire.
Exactly what I said, those left-handers heading down towards Lion Rock or up towards Lion Rock. He loves them. Yeah, that surfing for farmers as well is it's a good initiative. Gets the guys off the farm, out into the water, give something else a go that they may not be that proficient at. Have a bit of a barbecue afterwards and a chat to their friends and just get their mind off work, which is what we all like to do sometimes. Yeah,
mate. I think that's the thing too with the ocean too. You've got to be in tune and you've got to focus on what you're up to. So it actually just, whether you mean to or not, it makes you actually just switch off from some of those, maybe the other stresses outside, in the real world as such. You're paying the rent and going to work and doing the chores and, make sure the kids have been good. You just switch off from all those stresses and you just tune into the moment. You're reading the wave and that's the best. You just truly live in the moment of of what you're doing with surfing and I mean, from a competitive point of view, I mean, you've got to do that. You've got to be fully tuned into your waves and your selection and what you want to do. But from just a sheer enjoyment point of view, it definitely helps to just switch off and enjoy being in the moment. It's pretty funny. You can be on a wave for about 2 or 3 seconds and in your mind you feel like you've had a minute of the most ultimate thing in the world. And then you watch a video and you're like, I was in a barrel for like 2 seconds, mate. It's just a full different sensation. It's almost like time can slow down sometimes. It sounds a bit cheesy to say it out loud, but it's a true thing. I think that's why so many of us are so passionate about it. And whether that's for fun or competition, I know these guys, I reckon, got the best of both. They absolutely love surfing, but they're actually getting to do it and compete and make a career out of it as well.
Absolutely. You know, everyone starts surfing because they enjoy it, and they carry on surfing because they enjoy it. They may compete, and we've got the best surfers here in New Zealand competing. But at the end of the day, I guess it's a little different to something like tennis, where you're competing all the time. You don't go out recreationally to play tennis, whereas surfers do. You are recreationally surfing all the time, and then you are competing almost on the side.
Well, I love the fact that actually for us, our training is pretty much going surfing. Like, so many of the top pros, I mean, you know, everyone does a bit of work around looking after their body and health and fitness and their diet and all those things, but you know, the best guys in the world, the best coaches in the world are like, the best thing for surfing is surfing. Just more and more of it, muscle memory, all those things. But there's all the sort of science behind it, but it's actually like, mate, just go surfing. It's so good.
Yep.
It's more of the same. I think it's cool too that, again, I talked about it a little bit earlier on, but Surf New Zealand, you've got initiatives outside of the competition arena. We've got amazing programs like Wave Warriors to help just give sort of the opportunity to people that don't get to surf very often, mate. I grew up in Manurewa, South Auckland, you know, like Takanini when I was a little young fella. Manurewa wasn't until I was in my teens. A few friends ventured out to a place halfway between Piha and Raglan. It's a little spot I won't name. But we got to go and save it. I was like, wow, I mean, I'd been out fishing and been on the ocean, but I'd never been in it like that. Mate, it wasn't until I was a teenager I got a chance, and it wasn't until I lived in Dunedin in my 20s I actually got into surfing. But the Wave Warriors program that you guys run with the amazing sport of like Water Safety New Zealand allows, you know, kids and I mean, especially like kids who don't live coastal or maybe don't have the, you know, the funds and the support to get out in the ocean, and you've opened up a window and a doorway for them to enjoy it.
Yeah, and Water Safety New Zealand have been awesome this year, and we're looking to work with them much more to expand our Wave Warriors program. And we take out young students in the sort of the year 4 to 8 range, and bust them out to the beach, take them surfing, teach them about rips and currents and things about the beach that they probably wouldn't get to do, and then take them out surfing. See the smiles on their faces, just phenomenal.
Yeah, I was stoked to do one of the, actually I came out and helped Lee and Dan and some of the crew who were doing one of the ones out here at Piha a couple of months back, and mate, it was epic to see. We had a lot of kids, I think, from like Flatbush over in sort of Otara way, and yeah, man, just some of the kids had never even been to the Piha, like didn't even know it existed.
No.
And it was epic to see, like a couple of them in particular, and like you say, you watch people catch their first wave, and it reminds you of why we still do it. And mate, I dare say that day we definitely got a few hooked on the enjoyment of it for sure.
Absolutely, and you know, and that happens all around the country as well with network of surf schools that we have, you know, and the accredited surf instructors, and it's the best way to go surfing. Everybody in New Zealand loves the number 8 wire approach. Go and do it yourself, but you've got to go and get a lesson, and you just get those tips to help you progress much more.
So I look back at, you know, 20-year-old self and just like, dude, why don't you pay like $30 for a lesson or just $60? Or I mean, all the surf schools all over the country now, honestly, and I'm now a qualified coach and I've done it all, but I can show people in 1 hour, and I can have them surfing their first waves, not just the first wave, like a number of waves. And in 1 hour, I can save them 3 to 6 months of just groveling and falling and like not knowing how to read the surf and all that stuff that you went through when you learned, because that wasn't an option. You had to tough it out.
Yep.
And I look back now and go, man, I wish it was like that when I started, because it just makes it actually so much more fun to start with. And you actually, like, honestly, 1 hour saves you 6 months of learning the hard way.
Absolutely.
And that's the key to it. And then the cool thing is from there, then you will progress in your own way and you know, you do whatever you want with it. But yeah, it's key to have the right people leading the way, and I'm glad that Surf New Zealand have teamed up with the likes of Water Safety New Zealand, offering those programs to some of the kids who wouldn't have an opportunity otherwise. But also then, of course, like say you're working with all the surf schools around the country. And I mean, mate, no doubt all these guys have started at the local surf schools, and I mean, a couple of these guys are some of the best coaches in the country. Levi Stewart is one of them himself, currently second in this heat, the young man in blue. He's one of the best coaches in the country. Sean Piggs, though, right now in the lead at 13.47. So some good scores locking in. It looks pretty close, though. Still, the other fellas don't need much, but time is against them now with 1 minute 30 to go. It's, what do you do?
Oh.
I mean, Billy was out there. It only needed, mind you, it got to the point where he nearly excellent score. But, I mean, for Billy, that's still totally obtainable. But he just, minute and a half, you could see him starting to freak out and go, I can't find the wave I need. This heat does look like it's actually had a few more. But whether it's just the servers have positioned themselves a little bit better, I'm not too sure.
Might find as that tide goes out that left-hander that runs into Lion Rock may just have a few more shoulders on it. Full tide may have closed it out a bit. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. But certainly it's worked for Sean Piggs at the moment.
Indeed. Piggsy's definitely seems to be enjoying himself out there. We're settled in here at South Piha beside, Tokā Tuamoana. The old rock standing in the ocean.
Yes.
Our big iconic landmark out here at South Piha, of course, Lion Rock.
Yep. And then to the south, Patiki Rock as well.
Yeah.
Just half the time's buried nowadays.
Yeah,
the ditch.
Crazy with the difference of saying, Pigsy again.
Yep.
He is on a tear and he's feeling the form.
Yep.
Skinny's sun gel replay we saw here, just panning across. Little white water just rolling through the inside here. You're starting to see there's definitely a bit more tide starting to turn. Pull up those faces out the back a bit more.
It looks like this one's coming to a close, Gav, as well. So our finalists will be confirmed.
Indeed. The last hurrah, but not quite enough. So it looks like unofficially it was actually Sean Piggs and Levi Stewart.
Yep.
Are going to be making their way to the grand finals to meet Doon Kennings and Tom Robinson. So again,
final.
It is going to be goody. And we are going to pretty much take the opportunity and we're going to reset for the Open Women's grand final.
25-minute final for this one. Best two waves. We've got out there Ava Henderson and Ariana Shuri, and also Ella Williams and Natasha Goldsbury getting that buzzer beater in that second semi-final.
Such an amazing wave.
Yep, great little wave there. Basically had a 5-minute heat, the young surfer from Taranaki. So looking forward to watching her out there again. I do believe Ava is somewhat sick. Been sick for the last few days, so she may be running on empty throughout this final, and she may take that selective option rather than catching a ton of waves, just to save some energy and get through this. But alas, there she is.
Straight into it though, but yeah, you're right. She said in the post-heat interview that she was feeling pretty tired, and I think, she looked almost exhausted in herself at the time. She was sort of just had a quick chat to me and then was saying she was just going to go and grab some nourishment and sort of almost just rest pre the heat. But yeah, and you see on your screen Ava Henderson in the red from Christchurch, Ariana Shuri in the white from Okura, Ella Williams, of course, from Whangamata in the green, and Natasha Goldsbury, as we alluded to, just she had a 4 and a 2 or something. It was pretty gnarly. Natasha's such a great surfer, and then in the last 24 seconds on the clock, got a great wave to finish. So did well. She knew she had the talent. She just had to find the wave and managed to do it. And is now here for the grand final. So she'll still be a formidable competitor in this one.
Big weekend for her. Also competing yesterday in the Junior Super 16 as well. So
yeah. She's been a standout in the junior ranks this whole sort of surf series.
Yep, absolutely. Down in Taranaki at the event 2 weeks ago, really stood out, at her home break. And I think all summer she's just improved non-stop. Beautiful style. And a big future ahead.
So the idea behind the 25 minutes for the finals, just the extra 5 minutes, allowing just that bit more time for surfers to showcase, and find a few more waves.
Just reward the surfers, gives them more opportunity, be a little bit more patient if they want to be. Sometimes it doesn't work for surfers, or you may get to that 20-minute mark and go, I actually won that 20 minutes, but 25, no.
Wrap it up, I'm in the lead, just wrap it up right now.
Yeah.
Indeed. But, I don't know what that feels like. I'm normally in fourth just going, is that it? Is it over yet? But, nah, mate, it's good. It's, I'm glad we get more time to enjoy it. But for people at home, I guess, I mean, so we talked 20-minute quarterfinals, semi-finals, 20 minutes, the best 2 waves and a 12-wave maximum. Now for the finals, do they get an extra wave score allowed? I mean, I know as a core surfer how it works, but people at home are like, okay, you give them extra 5 minutes, do they get an extra wave to count, or how does it work? But no.
Yeah, for us it's still 12 wave maximum.
Yep.
WSL has an unlimited wave count,
Mm-hmm.
and we should probably follow suit with that at some stage, and just it reduces the restrictions around the surface, so they can catch a ton of waves. If you look at someone like Italo Ferreira or Gabby Medina, they catch so many waves in the heat, and they can rack up 15 waves.
It astounds me how, I mean, I don't think people actually understand. If you try and catch 12 waves in 25 minutes, it is, I mean, you're talking one every sort of 2 minutes. It's phenomenal and impossible. But like I say, a testament to those guys and their athletic ability and what have you. But, they go for anything in the fact that they know they can turn anything into a 1 or a 2 or a 10 kind of thing. Look like Ava Henderson trying to turn that into a 10-point ride.
Yeah, a little bit of an air attempt. Yeah, with the heats, like a 20-minute heat equates to about here we go again, so seeing what she's doing. Oh,
through the roof, just maybe missed the sort of time to turn there. Ella Williams, though, looks like she's timed that one well, rides out cleanly, puts a nice little combination of manoeuvres together for that one.
Yeah, so the 20-minute heats, it's like an hour's surfing, and you go and do 3 20-minute heats in a day, and you're actually shattered, regardless of only being out there for an hour. I don't know whether it's the pressure of competition or it's just you are catching more waves, a little bit of pressure on you.
I know talking to someone a few years back about how some sports are aerobic or anaerobic, and then with surfing, we're one of the few where we actually have a crossover, because you have, like say in a free surf, you've got 2 hours and you'll sit in between sets, or you'll take your time and you'll have slow paddles, and then you have this adrenaline-fueled instant quick paddle for a wave, and then when you're on the wave, everything's very high stress on the body as such, although in a great enjoyment. But yeah, I think in a heat condenses all of that and jams it into 20 minutes. So the exhaustion is, mate, even for a 20-minute heat, if you get through one, is pretty exhausting. Yeah. I will bow out for a second. We'll go and chat to one of our winners.
So yeah, 20 minutes remaining in this final. A few good waves have come through, and we're trying to get an update there on those scores. Looks like Ella Williams' last wave on her backhand there was a 5.33. Red surfer Ava Henderson, that first wave of hers was a 3.83. Natasha Goldsberry started out with a 3.7 and just a small 1-point ride for white surfer Ariana Shuri. So plenty of time to go for these girls, trying to chase down that winner's check, $1,200 for the winner of the Open Men's, and also the Open Men's and the Open Women's, as we pass over to Gav.
So with my good mate Pigsy, mate, I'm not going to hold you up for too long because you took that one out, champ, but you're going to be straight into the grand final coming up. You feeling it?
Yeah, why not?
Why not, mate? I feel like I haven't seen you for years. You rolled out for Nationals earlier in the year, and here at Piha, you took the seniors, you smashed it into the finals. But, mate, you've come out of the woodwork and you're back again. You're going to take the title today. What's the plan?
Yeah, back on tour. Loving it. Just, I've had such a good year. Made every semi-final in the Open, so it feels pretty good to crack the final. And, just got to try and win it. That's all I can do.
Give all those Tairoa Grom something to motivate them, mate, and get into it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, shout out to everyone back in Tairoa that might be watching. But, we've got a good crew there and good juniors coming up. So, it's a good scene.
Mate, well, I look forward to it, buddy. Go rest up. Well, actually, you don't have any time to rest, mate. Fuel up, and we'll see you out there for the grand finals.
Cheers,
have a good one, Pigsy. Okay, Benny, back to you, mate. Pigsy's looking keen to get amongst it.
Yes, he is indeed, as we see Ava Henderson just finished that wave. Hunting those right-handers in the middle of the bay there. Worked for her yesterday, coming away with the under-18s division for the juniors. And also won the most recent event in Taranaki as well. Some exceptional surfing, again on some solid right-handers. Her comments after that were that she was really stoked that she could put something together in good waves as well. Coming from Christchurch, she is very well equipped in the small waves, knows she has an advantage in those conditions. She's a tall young girl, and she uses her body amazingly to get to pull some Rios and some turns that other girls can't in the small waves, and that's her body makeup. Today, bigger right-handers again, so if she can produce a good performance out there, I think that'll give her a lot of confidence going into probably a few events in Australia, Australasian events coming up over winter.
Yeah, she. It was funny in the post-end interview. She was real honest in the fact that she was getting a little bit rattled. She sort of hadn't found the wave she wanted in that last one, then found herself just sort of paddling around trying to find something in the last few minutes. But was stoked that she finally got a good sized wave, and I think, like you say, relished actually having a bit of power and that to perform in. I think that's always a thing too. Like for any competitive surfer, they well know it's unfortunately, unlike say tennis, we don't have a perfect court to perform on. It would be beautiful. I suppose that's where now with the advent of wave pools and what have you, we're going to, we've seen the game change a lot in that sense. But you can't beat Mother Nature and just how it is. But again, that comes down to surfers, how they read the water and their wave knowledge, and their skill and ability. But yeah, you could see that she was stoked to have some good waves, and rather than being kind of left to chance, it was more about actually the performance of your surfing, rather than we saw with Billy Stearman, it was probably the other way. It wasn't really about his surfing, it was just the fact he just didn't get a chance.
Yep.
So I think everyone appreciates having better waves, and then it's like, man, then it is just the surfing decides, everyone feels they've had a fair crack at putting their best show on. And if you don't get the numbers, well, you tried your best. But when it's the conditions against everyone, it's a little bit more frustrating.
There's not many other sports, if any, that have so many variables in it. You can think about windsurfing or sailing, where you're combating the wind and trying to work that out. But surfers also have that, and then they have the waves that they've got to try and find, and the tides as well, impacting conditions, from hour to hour. As we see a nice wave there, looks like Natasha Goldsbury.
She's doing well on this one. Couple of turns already, mixing it up for the judges. So nice variety of turns, and 3 nice turns, clicks out cleanly.
I think prior to that, Gav, Ava Henderson got a 4.1. She is currently in the lead. So Ella Williams at the moment just chasing a small score for the win, 2.61.
Love this drone footage from above here of Natasha. So what does she need on this? Because this is going to be a pretty good score and a good wave for her.
She only needs a 4.24 for the win, so I think she'd have got that.
She'll be hoping to impress upon the judges that that's enough to get the score needed. Of course, obviously in the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, it's all about, first and second move through, but now we're in the grand final. It's
to win.
Yeah, you're all about number one. We've got the familiar saying that second is first loser. Because, for those other heats, you'll accept being second and you're happy enough with it because it just gets you to where you need to be, which is here in the final. But, of course, now it's all about what do I need to be number one. It's a bitter pill to swallow when you've gone out, performed so well. You see, and we see it all so often, people will win their quarters, their semis, and then get to the final and get second. And, they're chewing on it for a day or two afterwards, just going the what if, what could have been,
It's a good result though, second, and eventually you realise it was a good result.
Yep. What's it like to make a final? I wouldn't have a clue. Come on, Ben, you've been in a couple over the years, mate.
I have, and I've only ever won one final, but and I looked at that trophy for the whole 5-hour drive home from Gisborne. Natasha Goldsbury at the moment, 5.93 on that wave, Gav, so she is in the lead. She doesn't have to worry about that at the moment.
Well, she might be looking at that trophy on the drive home from Taranaki this afternoon, mate.
Yep, all the way.
Her and Mum will be driving home all through the night.
Yep.
But that's cool. They'll be pretty stoked to be taking the championship home with them.
Yep, I'm very supportive parents too. Corinne and Sean as well. They've travelled all over the country. They're doing the junior events and the open events as well. Always there. When you're setting up an event in the morning, that they're often the first family that are down there.
I tell you, it's one of the coolest things. Natasha's such a cool kid, but one of the coolest things for me is she is out there in the dark. Like, she is the first person in the water. It's a thing they talk about in some of the big international events, but Natasha is that. She's that person in the dark, paddling out. But like you say, that's only because Mum's helping to get there and make sure she's there. So that's
it's always the parents.
A testament to all the parents out there supporting their kids in any sport, but especially in surfing. There's a lot of driving and a lot of thankless.
A lot of travel.
A lot of travel. Yeah.
That was a good wave too from Ava Henderson, so we'll look to see how that's going to change up the situation.
We'll see if we can get...
Ava was chasing a 5.54 to take the lead back from Natasha Goldsberry. So 12 and a half minutes remaining now, halfway point of the final. New Zealand Super 16, presented by Skinnies and Volkswagen here at Piha. I'm very lucky that northerly is supposed to build all afternoon and into the evening, but today we've got lovely sunshine and we're going to beat the glare out as well, which starts to come down and hamper our vision at about 2 o'clock. I think the open men too will be preparing. Some of them will be starting to head out. Last heat of the day. Some of those guys haven't actually won a national event before, so it's an opportunity for them to get their name on the honours board.
Yeah, I think to even be at this event, you'd be pretty privileged. I mean, you've had to, earn your way here. It wasn't just a lot of comps. Obviously, you're open to, everyone in theory. You pay your entry fee, you turn up and do your best. But this one, of course, is all about a qualifier type series from throughout the New Zealand Surf Series. Look at that great vision.
Yeah.
Ella Williams. You can see,
the
look at the
through.
flow and the speed she's got. I think that board, the colours on that help pop out. You definitely stand out for the judges.
Yeah. And Ella going to her forehand there, probably taking a leaf out of Pegsy's book and trying to find those long-running left-handers, obviously coming from Whangamata. She's used to that. The Whangamata bar, and that's usually her staple, although that semi-final, that right-hander that she got, absolutely blew it to bits.
8.67?
8.67, yeah, two big turns.
Yeah, great wave.
Yeah, so we'll wait for the scores to come in on that one.
So now you've got, we're sort of two-thirds of the way through, 15 minutes gone, 10 minutes remaining. It's, again, now you're kind of going to look at, you've got Ella Williams in your heat. All the girls are looking, I've got to get a good one locked in at some stage, but then it's really about, it's going to come down to, Ella finished that other heat with the 8.67 and the 6.9. I think it was basically an excellent score and a very good score. In the back of your mind, you've got to think, well, she's going to be trying to do exactly the same out here, if not put excellent scores on the board. So for those younger girls, they'll be hoping to find the waves and take her on. Mate, it'd be a pretty good bragging rights to say you knocked out Ella Williams in the grand final. I mean, the fact she's going to the Olympics and she's going to be, be kind of a nice little thing to go, beat the champ though.
Yep, and for Natasha Goldsberry, she hasn't won a national event, not the open level, and same with Ariana Shuri, so
yeah, Ariana just blew up in that semi-final. So good, and both the waves are real early in the heat.
Yep.
Loves
the power, eh? Loves the power.
Yeah, she seemed to relish the conditions with more energy in the water out there. So she definitely took off right at the start of the heat, and pretty much right from the start took the lead and carried on with it. So it was Ava that sort of again was left chasing that score near the end. Maybe you're saying if she's been feeling a bit unwell, she was probably taking her time, but then realised she had to get busy to make her way through the finals. She finds herself here now with just on 8.5 minutes to go, and we'll just be waiting for those scores to come through.
Yeah, they haven't taken a little while here, so obviously discussing a couple of those exchanges.
Well, we were talking about obviously on here, but the exchange there between Natasha and then Ella, both looking pretty good waves. I guess that's when the judges, they have that comparison as to kind of who's the better of, what's the different types of turns. Was there anything more critical than anything else? It's all part of the criteria for the judges. For people at home, we've got, a range of, 0 to 10 or 1 to 10 as such. It's, the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, they're really quite bad, quite horrible, let's be honest. The 4s and 5s, that's your average scores. That's, if you're like me, that's pretty much 90% of your surfing's done in that range. Then you get into that good range, which we expect to see a lot more out here today from some of New Zealand's best. And if you're extremely lucky, you get into that 8 to 10 range, which is excellent surfing. Doesn't always mean you've done it's not a number of turns. It's not about who did 5 turns versus 2 turns. It's I think that's what's so different about surfing. It's not about, you don't win by who got there the fastest or who did the most things. And like most other sports are all about who's the quickest or literally who had the most points as such. Surfing is all about the quality of the turns, where they're done, the criticalness. So one big air can still be a 9-point ride.
Absolutely.
One big turn, we've seen some of the big turns, especially actually from like Zana and some of the girls this morning, 5-point rides for the one single turn, but based on the quality of that turn. And it looked like, I think it was Ella Williams again with another good wave, so she's keeping the judges busy. I dare say she'll be starting to compile quite a tidy looking score right now.
Yeah, it looks like Ava Henderson's out in the lead. Her last wave was a 6.5, so Ella Williams 4.5 on her one. I think she's got one to come.
So yeah, a couple of waves to come in. Girls can definitely keep them busy. You see Ella Williams there now in the lead with that 12.56 combined heat total. And now Ava Henderson is sitting in second, so that last one in the Natasha Goldthwait not quite enough at this stage. She's got the 9.63 heat total. So it is, I guess Ella now starts to think about, trying to assess what her priority is, stay in a certain area and either sit near the competitors who need the scores and block them from waves. But whereas the likes of Ava, Ariana and Natasha obviously all trying to maybe distance themselves a little bit from one another and then just try and find the biggest scores that they need now. Most of them are going to be needing in that sort of good to excellent range really to take the win if they want to do that and take it away from Ella.
Yep. Ella's last one, that left-hander was a 7.23, Gav. So
yeah, nice wave.
Really nice wave. And then Natasha's one there, I think it was that right hand fin waft that she did, 6.2, sitting in second. So Natasha needs a 6.37 to overtake Ella. Ava Henderson needs a 6.07. So still very close, very attainable. 5 minutes remaining, or just over 5 minutes remaining. And Ariana even, a 4.33. She is chasing a bit bigger score, 8.24, but with her surfing and she finds that wave on her backhand or her forehand.
Yeah.
2 big turns.
I was going to say, I feel like Ariana's probably gone out there and just gone that, like actually, especially now, you're in that 5 minute mark, you're kind of like, you know what, I'm not going to try and scratch her in a couple of fours. It's not going to really be that. It's like wait for the big set and just belt 2 massive turns or a number of turns. But those 2 big quality turns on a good set wave are going to give her that sort of excellent score she needs, and she can definitely do that.
Yeah, and your focus switches, like you said earlier, in a final, you've got to get those best waves. You've got to get the big scores if you want to win. There's no, second place is nice, but that's not what the goal is. Goal's first, and you need to get the best 2 rides out there.
Surfing is fun. Winning is fun too, though. Hey, especially when you're doing it from a competition point of view. I think also, too, for people like Ella, to some degree, the pressure would be off today. She'd just be enjoying. You could see she was just enjoying her surfing. She always lights up the place with that big cherry smile. But then for her, now she's working towards that bigger goal of Olympics. It's got to be a bit of a confidence thing too, to know she can turn up, still dominate locally, and it gives her confidence to keep building on what she's doing, working towards taking on the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be interesting. A lot of people are going to go into the Olympics quite underdone as athletes. So we see Ella up and riding there, finishing off that one.
Well, there's been hardly any events. Like I say, we talked about it, and it was we bragged about it in January, but we were the only country in the world able to run a surf event because of COVID and everything that's happening around the world. It's only been the last couple of months they've been, obviously the World Tour's kind of kicked off again, and starting to be a few of these sort of alternative QS type events and Challenger series. They've had to change the whole game a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But for someone like Ella, she's been lucky that we've had events around home and she's been able to actually compete and keep ahead in the game as such.
She's competed only a couple of times this summer, once at the National Champs where she finished runner-up to Safi Vedi, and then this time as well. So, it's going to be key for them to get as much sort of, I guess, heat practice as possible. A lot of other sports as well. You think about rowing, they've kept a lot of the New Zealand rowing team in New Zealand if they haven't had to go to Europe and qualify for the Olympics, purely for health and safety reasons. But athletes all over the world, not just in surfing, are going to go into this Olympics probably undercooked competition-wise. They'll certainly be ready to compete, and they'll be fit and rearing and ready to go. But you may find that there's going to be some surprises across a lot of sports. I know the World Surf League, they've had 4 straight events in Australia. Well, I think the 4th one starts today at Rottnest Island, Western Australia.
Yeah, shout out to our friends at Surfing WA. I did a little bit of stint over there many years ago. And Justin and the crew for Surfing WA, I know they'll be tuned in, seeing what's going on over here at PR. They've been a little bit jealous. We've been able to do a few events up until recently, so shout out to all the crew there. And we've got a few Kiwis. Our good friend, and I mean, like I say, surfing royalty in New Zealand, Ian Buchanan, is over there on the panel and behind the scenes with the judging and the priority there for the World Surf League.
Yep.
He's obviously hails from here in PR and been a big mentor for the sport in Aotearoa.
Yeah, and so he goes straight from Australia over to El Salvador. He's a priority judge over there. He will return home, I understand, straight after that, spend a couple of weeks at home and then head off to Tokyo. And he's the priority judge over there along with Dan Kozuf, who's our other technical official, going to Tokyo as well, and El Salvador. So for New Zealand to have 2 officials over there at the Olympics is good. It shows there is a pathway for officials in New Zealand come through from a club level, regional, international, and then heading into the ISA and the WSL events.
Well, that's, effectively, if you were, the old rugby referee on the weekends, you do it for volunteer, you get to a point, you might get some of the Super 12s and Super 16s, and you start to make your way through. And, of course, for us, that's the World Cup. If you're on the World League and you're going to be at Olympics as an official, you're at the World Cup of surfing as such. So, Dan Kusov, as you talked about, is actually our head judge this weekend for the Super 16, or head judge today.
Yeah, he's based in Taranaki at present, and he's flies out in a week's time. So he's getting ready for that. Looking forward to El Salvador. He's actually been there before for a World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championship that he judged. Said the place is really good. It's it was 2 podiums on either side of the bay. There's a right-hander, which is the primary podium, and then there's a left hand, more of a slab on the other side. Well,
we hope to see Paige and Safi, Paige Harab and Safi Avedi from Gisborne. Obviously, ladies are heading over there shortly. But right now, mate, it's down to the wire. 20 seconds to go in this grand final for the Open Women's final here at the Super 16. Oh, it is Ella Williams, that last wave, another goodie, a 14.43 heat total that we can hear them going to count it down. So I think that might be the last hurrah.
Yeah, 7.2 on her last one, so unofficially it is Ella Williams and Natasha Goldsberry making it through to the final.
Again, we talk about it, it's all about the number 1 spot for the finals, but for someone like Natasha Goldsberry, that's going to be an amazing result as well to get into that final and, to put yourself against the best in New Zealand. Even for Ariana, I think it's almost like I feel unfortunate for her, maybe she peaked in that semi-final, but she'll have confidence from that as well to make it here to this event and then, of course, the place in the finals.
Yeah, I think it's a very good result. She's a 17 or 18-year-old. She's got plenty of years ahead to get one of those elusive W's.
The big dub, we call it.
The big dub for the win.
We see Ella Williams' little victory lap coming in. You reckon, is that a tactic? Put the old hi-fi spray paint on the board so the judges can't not but see you reckon?
Yeah, she's always had colour on her boards.
Yeah, it's cool. I love it.
Burn surfboards. Got the Olympic rings on there at the moment as well, so they look pretty flash.
Yes. I remember doing some of the ISA games. It's pretty cool having the New Zealand sticker on your board, or I went over as an official and did some of the judging, back in the day, and you get to wear that silver fern on you and you're part of the team.
Coming in.
Look
She's
at that.
Fired up.
She is the elation, jubilation there with taking the Super 16 final. Yeah.
Got her family here on the sand dunes. I've seen them over there to the north. Janine.
Yeah, look at that. She is amping. She's waving out to the family. Yeah, she talked about it, being at home, talking with mum and dad and Braden. Braden, her brother's a good mate, amazing free surfer himself. But while she enjoys that, we're going to roll straight into the men's grand final. Doon Kennings. Mate, he's part of the family for you.
He is. My nephew. Spent a lot of time hanging out with Doon, surfing with him, so pretty cool to see him in the final.
Oh, mate, he's a phenomenal surfer, and he's definitely carrying on the Kennings name in the competition scene.
Yep, I'm sure he'll have a proud dad up on the sand dunes somewhere there.
Oh, look at that. Scenes from Ella Williams. Look, she seemed relaxed. She was like, I'm coming here. It's just almost, I think she didn't put too much pressure on herself, but you can see it means a lot. The elation of taking the win. I mean, she's a competitor through and through, and she loves a challenge. And you can see she's very, very much excited about taking the win.
Yeah, nice there.
That big
Looks
smile.
like her partner, Tegan,
Carrying her up. Yeah.
Dad behind, holding the surfboard.
I'll tell you what, you pick them up on your shoulders, you're so stoked for your partner, your friend, whoever it might be that's won, and you get about halfway up the beach and you're like, man, PR is a long beach with some soft sand with someone sitting on your shoulders.
Well, we're lucky we're in May because that sand gets a bit hot. Wouldn't want to be carrying someone up and starting to burn your feet. But there's the finalists.
Yep.
Gav.
Doone Kennings in the red, Tom Robinson in the white, Sean Peggs in the green, and Levi Stewart from Waihi Beach out there in the blue. He'll have plenty of supporters as well. Levi, obviously, we talked about, some of the coaching programs and that. He's part of the art of surfing. Levi's pretty much a high-performance coach in himself. So not only is he, a high-performance surfer, he actually mentors and helps coach and develop younger talent coming through who want to tap into that knowledge and skill.
Yeah, he's an amazing athlete as well. I think he's been through Tech doing a strength and conditioning program in Tauranga.
Yep.
Joined the Art of Surfing team there and coaches a lot of kids around all the board rider clubs in New Zealand.
I think Levi's, he loves the science behind surfing as well. He loves the idea of, he's a fit human. He's into the gym, but not about getting massive and pushing tin around. He's more about the science of being the best you can be and getting the most out of whatever your body is. You're shorter, you're taller, whatever. It's like he loves the science about it and letting people learn their own body and what's going to work for them, and then of course contributing that back to surfing and getting the best performance out of yourself.
Yeah, and it may have actually come about through his injury. When he was about 18, he broke his back.
Yeah, so heavy. I remember that years ago.
He spent a lot of time out of the water, and he had to rehab it for months. If not, I think he might have been out of the water for a year, and he's worked really hard on his body since then. He's fit now, and he makes sure that his core is strong and his back strong to support his spine.
Yeah, he's learned a lot about himself, I guess, and then of course, now the cool thing is that's the benefit for junior surfers coming through, that he's willing to share that knowledge.
Yeah, so as we look for those first scores that have come through, Gav, red surfer Doone Kennings opening with a 7.33.
Yeah, it was a cracker.
Yeah, it was a good wave all the way through that reform there, so that's how you want to start a final. The other guys will play catch up now.
Looked like Tom Robinson was getting busy there, and then I think we just saw might have been Peggsy fall on that one. But yeah, we see Ella, the family getting the shot. Pretty stoked for it. Look at that little celebration dance, mate.
Little TikTok dance.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe she's doing a little live TikTok to celebrate the occasion. Getting the social media. It's all part of the game nowadays.
It is, and Ella Williams is brilliant on her profile, whether it's on Facebook.
Yeah, there we see official results. So, in fourth is Adriana Shuri with the 8.36. Ava Henderson, the 10.6. So, great result there from Natasha Goldsbury, the young girl from Taranaki, taken second. And wasn't much in it, but taking the win, of course, Ella Williams from Whangamata. So, how cool is it that, there's a final of that. Ella's only in early mid-20s?
Yeah, mid-20s.
And then all the other girls are kind of what I would, especially with the likes of Ava's 15 years old, they're kind of what I consider junior surfers. They're still doing all our under 16, under 18 comps. So how good is it for our open women's finals that's those juniors are coming right through and becoming the best surfers in New Zealand?
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's a lot of young female surfers in New Zealand, and they enjoy themselves. They're all really good friends. You watch them come in, they're always happy for each other. Give each other a cuddle and a congratulations, and I think it speaks volumes for the way they approach the sport and the way they hang out. And the more of those female surfers that can get together and surf and have fun, the more they'll push themselves as a group.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's almost like the friendly competition in the sense you're actually just surfing with one another, but because you're all at that certain point where you're getting to a level where you surf well and you just surf against each other in a social sense, but it's definitely pushing the performance level. And if you see your good mate who you surf with often do something or they can do an air that you're like, man, I know they can do that. I want to learn how to do that then. And it's just that natural idea of kind of pushing yourself to just be the best you can, but with your buddies as well. I go surfing with you and I see the turns you do, and I'm like, well, I wouldn't mind doing one of those sometimes.
I
Hey.
wish.
Oh,
Hopefully
mate.
we'll get to go surfing this week. Now the season's finished, but
You get a break, mate?
yeah, we're going to get a break for sure. Get my weekends back.
Maybe we're going to do we normally do an officials cup sometimes after an event, but we might have to do an officials road trip, you reckon?
Yeah. Get some waves.
Get
I think there's a big swell coming on the west coast this week, which should be
Yep.
really nice. Looks like it's going to get massive.
We'll get a little...
As we see a learner on the inside.
Oh, look at that, mate. Grummy's
Yeah.
frothing. See, that's kind of key. I think he had his leash on his wrist, though. Did he have that?
Yes, look.
Oh,
Holding it, is he? Just
okay.
holding
Yeah,
it.
just hold it so it wash away. That's all right. Probably a good idea. Doesn't want to get caught up in under the fins, maybe.
Yeah. So looks like Doon Kennings is still out in the lead. Levi Stewart's last scoring ride, a 3.83 on my updated scores.
Yeah, I'm terrible. I forgot to power up the old tablet, so we're running on the batteries of the phone, mate.
Yeah.
The main thing, though, now 18 minutes to go, so we've only had 7 minutes gone. Everyone's kind of, tried to get in the feet in the wax, as we say, get that first wave on the board. And, Dooney with that real good 727 to start with, he'll be feeling it. And now Tom Robinson, and we see, everyone's got the waves. Levi Stewart, 6.33 heat total locked in, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But we see Doon Kennings starting to warm up now, finds a nice running right-hand wall. Oh, does well to get the read on that.
Yeah, a couple of turns, and you can hear the Keyhole boys and girls in the corner there cheering him on.
Yeah, he'll have a lot of support for sure. This looks
A little bit of a purple patch for their club too, winning the club champs last weekend at Whangamata.
Yeah, indeed. It was good to see. It was cool to have Elliot on the broadcast earlier on, and obviously himself and Doom were sort of flying the flag for the Keyhole Bordereaux down there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's definitely pretty chuffed to have come back and got to hang out with his buddy and then gone down and take out the club champs, the early club champs in Whangamata, and take the crown for best board riders. That was a big, good turn.
Yeah, that was nice. I think it was Levi
Stewart. Yeah, just getting caught in the glare there, but I think it was Levi. Actually, sorry,
definitely Levi.
Yep.
Two natural footers in Doon Kennings and Levi Stewart. Two goofy footers, Sean Peggs, Tom Robinson. So big turn there from Levi.
Now, mate, I know, but people at home are going, did he just call Gav goofy? What's goofy mean and what's natural mean?
Yes.
I feel like I'm a natural surfer, but you're a goofy surfer yourself.
Yep. Goofy, surfing with your right foot forward. Natural footer, you're surfing with your left foot forward. So
a lot of the board sports, the skateboarding, snowboarding, surfing, we have that as a bit of a terminology, but surfing, it's definitely skateboarders, I think a lot of them, you kind of have to be switched. That's a big thing, but surfing, generally, you're one or the other.
Yeah, so, and it's not so much like right and left-handed, where right-handed is really dominant. Goofy footers, I think there's research around that it's in the 40% range compared to natural footers. So I don't know why or how you do. I'm right-handed, but I'm a goofy foot surfer. So yeah, it's interesting.
I'm a natural surfer, but when I was playing soccer and all those sort of days of getting into that as my sport, I was a left foot kicker. In my rugby, I was, that was my point of difference, was being the left foot kicker and stuff.
Yeah.
So but yeah, with surfing, you generally, and we talk about it with Taylor. He's talking about growing up in Raglan. He's got a strong backhand. It's because he goes back to the wave. He's a natural footed surfer, but for him, that's his backhand. His back's to the wave the whole time. Yep. But certain guys like myself, I'm a natural surfer. I prefer being on rights. I just prefer surfing that way. I know that's my strongest sense of surfing. But someone like Billy Stearman obviously is formidable on his backhand from being at Raglan. Here we see one of those fellas on the backhand.
Hard to say who that was.
Yeah, it might have been young Tom Robb. I'm just trying to...
it was either Levi. It was either Levi or Doon on their backhand.
Might have been Levi, actually. But,
I think so.
Unfortunately, getting knocked off in that last turn.
That glare is starting to come around, and we were worried about that today, and we knew if we try and finish before 2 o'clock, wouldn't be so bad. But West Coast in winter does come down pretty quick, the sun, so just got to make the most of it being high up in the sky. And
mate, look, you can see the blinding light on the sort of right-hand side of the screen there for everyone, but I'm just stoked we've got that beautiful sunshine above us today.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful day, nice and warm down here at Piha. The wind just done. It's funny too, we've had that nice little offshore day, and you can see almost just the heat of the sun and the beach heating up now. The wind's just starting to try and turn, so
swing it around.
I think made a credit to yourself and your direction of the comp that we've the 10 till 2 call means we all got to sleep in a little free surf, but we also have picked the best conditions from the day for grand finals.
Yeah, we're lucky with that midday full tide and making the most of the swell. And I know, the cards certainly fell all right.
Mate, Doon Kennings, we saw that one just a little in and out there, but 15.36 on the screen. A couple of big scores locking in.
Yeah, so he got an 8.03 on that last ride.
Excellent wave.
Yeah, Levi's close behind, 6.67 on his one. But coming in just before Sean Pegg's 7.73, so he's pretty close behind.
Wow, so it's still pretty, although June right now would be feeling pretty confident, he's got those two, excellent and very good scores.
Yep, I think so.
But all those guys are only, it's a battle of the backups, we say. So everyone's got a good one locked in.
Yep.
It's just a matter of, I guess, the point of difference now being that June's got the excellent one locked in. So that's what everyone's looking for.
Yeah, so Levi Stewart's chasing an 8.7. Sean Pegg's chasing a 7.64 for the win. Tom Robinson sitting there in combination land, but still not over for him.
Nah, not at all. He can get those waves, and we saw already this morning, he's earned a spot there in the final.
Yeah, he's halfway through this final as well, so plenty of time to play catch-up.
Mate, we couldn't have asked for better conditions for Piha. Quite often we can get some pretty wild West Coast action out here for Piha. We've been here at Grom Comps at 8 foot and onshore and everything in between. Unfortunately for the juniors, it was pretty tough out there yesterday with some of the conditions.
Yeah, we've been lucky. I think mid-May you're starting to really get some of those big storms coming under New Zealand. With those southwesterlies blowing through or blowing past certainly the bottom of the South Island, by this time of year they start creeping up the North Island. So we're lucky with what we've got today. Couldn't ask for a sunnier day.
Oh, it's epic, mate. It's epic. And of course, big thank you to, all the amazing Piha locals welcome us out here for the weekend, have turned it on for us. They always, open up we say they open up the gate at the top of the hill, but they let us in, come on down, lay on the hospitality and the good times for us, and today I've turned on fresh new swell and some beautiful conditions for our competitors. So it's a massive thank you to the Piha surf community.
Absolutely.
It's a great bunch of friends and family out here. They love the ocean, they love this little patch of home, and we are grateful for them sharing it with us this weekend, mate, and I'm just more stoked that we get to share it with everyone around the country and abroad via our Sky Sport Next, obviously YouTube live link. So even if people have only just joined us now and seen the tail end of this, of course, the beautiful thing with Sky Sport Next is they're going to be able to watch this later on. Oh, Doon Kennings.
Ooh.
You could see he kind of got the rotation and realised they'd sort of lost the board from underneath him and just opted away, did the right thing, actually, get away from the board. Here we see, look at that, all the time he was setting this up.
I think you might find the northerly could have blown his board a little bit further away from him. He's not punting into the wind, so becomes a little bit harder there, but nice to see him going for that. If you got to improve on a 7.33, you got to do something spectacular. So he's probably at that stage, of the final, going, okay, what do I need to do?
If I'm going to go big, I'll go all out.
To improve my position there.
Well, Elliot, when he left me from the booth here, he said, I'm going to go see Dooney and tell him I want to see him go big. I want big ears. So maybe that was. I don't think he's a coach at all, but no doubt a bit of peer pressure. He might say, get your good ones, and after that I want to see the big ear.
Yeah, I think they've been working together today, certainly, and Elliot's a very astute competition surfer. He's an amazing free surfer, but people don't realise how dogged he is in heats, how well he knows how to surf a heat, how he knows to strategise and get the best out of that 20 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. And, there's an art form to it.
And he'll fight for a wave, or he can turn thirds into firsts quite easy. And I'm sure he's there doing that little pep talk before the final.
Well, we saw that at Gisborne years ago. It was a great battle between him and the finalists. I think it was Ricardo Christie actually took that one a few years back, and I remember that being a great battle of actual competitive surfing. And then of course it was epic to see him finally take the national win in Dunedin. And again, that was actually that he just perseverance and like you say, alluded to his mindfulness and his skill, not actually of his surfing, but of how to approach his heats and just basically look for what he had to do to win.
Yeah, absolutely. So, very smart surfer.
Yeah,
Sean
it's the
Pegg's,
want, it's the need.
Sean Pegg's there, got a big first turn, but that oncoming section a bit too much.
That shows you a bit of power, eh?
Yeah, it's and it is heavy out there. So you're opting out of that. But he's chasing a big score. He probably, at some stage, he's going to need to...
Well, I'll tell you what, they're probably all breathing a sigh of relief that Dooney didn't stick that air, because that would have, I dare say, put 2 excellent scores on the board to be chasing. So,
yep.
But then you can see that, obviously, that's sort of also a thing too. You know, June's probably feeling the confidence now to be going for big moves like that. You know, he's got those big scores locked in. He's got the confidence now going, well, I've got those. You're right, if I want more, I've got to go all out and show the judges something they haven't seen before, or today especially. But also for the other surfers, it's like, oh no, he's feeling the confidence. Like that gets a bit scary too, because you know you need a score, but then you're watching the guy already in the lead just starting to go like ballistic in front of you. But we see Levi Stewart still holding in there. He doesn't need too much. Sean Peggs, of course, has made that, crunching those numbers getting a little bit closer. So it's Tom Robinson now with 8 minutes. He's going to have to find something big though. But Sean Peggs, 11.43.
Yeah, he's the closest. He's chasing a 7.54, so just under the excellent range, but highly capable of it. Again, we talk about those left-handers that run from the middle of the beach over to the north towards Lion Rock. Something similar to that. Looks like Doon Kennings there.
Funny little left, but just kind of get caught behind that one.
But yeah, Peggsy, highly capable of that. And same with Levi, he has got that one good score in his range.
Well, that big floater over the back of the wave, you can sort of see it peeling. It's quite a cool little vision from the drone there to sort of see the variety, but you see June just realise there's not much sort of scoring potential in that, especially nothing going to beat a 7 and an 8.
Yeah.
So gets out quickly to try and get his way back out the back. And with 7 minutes, you can just see he can just go for broke now, knowing that, well, I've put some pretty good scores on the board. Now I've got to go real big. Otherwise, I guess, once you get to those last couple of minutes, then maybe you start to look at whether you sit a bit closer to Sean Peggs or Levi or even if it's Tom Robb by that stage, and try and hold them off a wave with your priority.
Yeah, at that sort of 3 minute mark or something like that, if you're out the back and nothing's coming your way, then you're starting to think that you might go on a little bit of the defence. Certainly if you hold priority, or you're going to paddle over to them and try and force them into a smaller wave. They've got to they've got to go on the offence and catch something big. If you can force them into a smaller one, that may be the way to go to win, to defend your title.
I mean, that's it. You do anything you got to, really. A beautiful thing I was trying to explain to our viewers at home about the priority and how it can change. It's quite good. It takes a lot of the niggle and the hassle and what used to be probably the ugly side of the sport of surfing out of it now. But of course, it also means you've still got this rule of engagement around how you can effectively hassle someone or take a wave off them, or you can drop in on them with your own priority. So it's still pretty gnarly, and if you use it to your advantage, it can be a lethal option to win a heat.
It is, and it's not a contact sport, and you do have to.
Not to be.
You do have to stay away from your opponent, but if you're sort of around them in their grill a little bit, it just puts pressure on them, and it may force them to do something that they didn't really want to do. So
bit of
you use that for
mental
sure.
mind game.
Yeah.
And amongst it, it's like the old sledging in a game of rugby or league or whatever. But I mean, like you say, I think people have gone away from sledging words and what have you. It's more about letting the beautiful thing about it is it lets the surfing do the talking.
Yeah.
And then it allows for a tactical play, but again, like it's kind of guided by some rules and regulations, which is a good thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Just allows for more of a fairer and more of a sportsmanship-like kind of environment. And I think a lot of the better surfers in the world now, that's it. It's more like, hey, I'm just going to let my surfing do the talking.
Yep, absolutely. And in New Zealand, like it or not, we're very kind surfers generally in the water, and we don't hassle each other too much. And sometimes maybe it's to our detriment when some of our surfers go overseas, but it is gentlemen's rules quite often.
Yep.
And you're letting your surfing do the talking. And sometimes, if it comes down to it in those last couple of minutes, you may start hassling a little bit.
Nothing wrong with rubbing shoulders with the guy in second, just reminding him that you're in first and you've got priority, and that if he wants a wave, you might take it off him, or Just, friendly reminder with 2 minutes to go, maybe.
Yeah. So with 4 minutes to go here, Levi Stewart just got a 4.9, so jumped ahead of Pegsy into second position.
You can see Doon on screen, and when everyone's seen it at home too, that he's separated. It looks like he's actually separated himself, so you're right. He's not really trying to... There's a bit of distance between all of them. No one's really going to... Obviously, like we say, gentleman's rules almost. He's like, you know what, I'm just surfing my own heat.
Yeah.
He knows he's got his scores, so it's more kind of like, look, you guys, it's up to you to chase me. You can see both Sean and Levi very close in their scores. They're sort of mid-11s. But he's kind of just gone, look, I'll leave you guys to battle it out. I'm just going to do what I'm doing. Hey. Maybe that might change the next minute or two, but for now...
Yeah, it may work. And sometimes people do that. They say, hey, I don't want to get tangled up in a situation where I could get interference and lose.
Yeah, indeed.
So you may go, hey, I want to sit back a bit. I've done what I can do with my own surfing, and I'll let those guys hassle it out, and they may get an interference between them, and that'll hamper their efforts. So it's another way to look at things.
Indeed. We saw Tom Robinson look like a bit away from him, a little insider. We'll just wait and see if the scores come through for that. But it looks like Sean Peggs, is it?
Yep.
Peggsy. Oh, nice flare on the second turn, but just got bounced on that one.
He did.
So you're talking about, we were talking about the tactical side of it. But if I effectively cut you off for a wave, you're saying I get an interference because if it wasn't my priority or whatever. Now, what's that going to happen? I'm doing Kennings, I'm sitting out there with an 8 and a 7. If I get an interference call against me, how's that going to change my scores?
Yeah, so when you're running with priority, which we are at the moment, you're going to lose your whole second scoring ride. So you're going to be judged on one wave.
On one wave.
One wave.
So for someone like Peggsy, you've literally gone from a 15 heat total.
Yep.
To like 8. That's it.
Yep.
So that's
second scoring ride's going to be cancelled out. So one scoring ride. If you're surfing an event without priority, you're going to lose half of your second scoring ride. So not as bad a punishment, but as we see.
But still a pretty key thing of, like you're saying, that's why June's probably gone, you know what, I'll leave you guys to it.
Yep.
I don't need to get involved. It's probably up to them to try and sort of top one another now.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose. Geez, mate, it'd be pretty hard to, even if you went out and surfed the perfect wave and got a 10, if that's the only score you can put in, in this heat alone, you'd already be last.
Yep. You're going to get third at best, right?
Yeah. It's tough, but we saw Doon, unfortunately coming unstuck on that one. Hopefully the boards are right. They look pretty heavy.
Yeah.
But minute 30 to go. There was, I think, a wave still to drop in for Tom Robinson. But really now it does feel like Doon is starting to close in on this Super 16 grand final win.
It looks like Peggsy finishing off there. He's only got a minute to go and probably won't make it back out the back. It was hunting a big score there, 7.64 for the win.
Yeah, it's not a long distance, but with the amount of, we're changing tide now, the tide's starting to rip out, so there's a few little rips you can see sort of forming through the lineup. And to get back out, it's a couple of minutes. It's not like a big paddle, but it's, with a minute to go, you might be like, well, that was my last chance. And Peggsy's been around long enough to know that might be it. Like some guys will check and scratch and try and paddle back out, but, let's see what happens. Here we go. Big turn from Doon and Tom Robinson on the back end.
Yep.
Finishes nicely. Oh, Tom, unfortunately, she just got swallowed up there.
I like that split screen there too.
So good. Look at the comparisons.
Yeah.
And here we see Levi.
Big turn.
Yeah.
That split screen, and it probably gives you a little bit of an indication of what the judges have to deal with sometimes. You've got two surfers up, and you've got to try and keep an eye on both of them. So we've got 15 seconds to go, so it's coming to a close. But really hard to judge in those circumstances.
Look at this. You can see Levi's just like, anything left of this wave I am going to demolish. So that is indeed... Oh, look at that. How's he do it?
Yeah, he made it all the way through.
All the way through, and that is going to change the score. Like, that adds that little exclamation mark for the judges. So I tell you what...
We might have to wait.
I kind of thought Dooney had it sewn up, but Tom Robinson, I think he came unstuck in that last one. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll be enough. But that wave of Levi's first turn, the turn we saw was strong. I'm not sure if there's anything before it.
Yeah.
And the fact he managed to make it all the way through and absolutely smashed it in. But I tell you what, it looks like Doon Kennings is feeling pretty excited. That is a brilliant claim. So the Tommy Gunn for the Prince of Piha.
Yeah, we'll watch the Keyhole boys come down and
tell you
join
what,
him.
how heavy is it going to be though if Levi got the score? I don't know. Did he see Levi was on a wave behind him? I don't know.
I'm waiting for the scores to come through
on
the
system.
system.
It looks like his friend Elliot Payla Reed straight down there to congratulate him. Give the fella a hug. So on the Skinnies Sunjel replay. Oh, nice big cutty from Doon.
I think that might have been the opening wave.
Another good one.
Yeah.
Yep. He's just so fast, kept the board on rail, so smooth. And look at that, just making the most of it all the way through. The compression he gets too, so lowers that centre of gravity and makes sure he finishes all those turns, keeps the power and the speed coming out.
The score still hasn't come through for Levi.
No.
I'm guessing it wasn't enough.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Keyhole crew are, they don't really care.
No, he's heading up to the corner.
For right now, they're going to carry their champion up.
There he goes. I think it's just been announced.
His father, his supporter Jamal, Elliot's father there.
Looks like Levi's last wave was a 4.23, needing a 7, so it was not enough.
Just a big single turn then, unfortunately not much before it, but mate, again, Doon was, he talked about just feeling comfortable at home.
Yeah.
Just pretty much no pressure, just happy to be a part of it, but he also was like, look, I just want to put on a show. I'm home. This is home. If I'm going to do it, I want to do it here. So, mate, he's done exactly that. He is. You'll see, instead of getting carried up towards, the other direction where the judges are, and over here with the live streamers, his friends, Elliot, and the crew are taking him straight up to the Keyhole tent.
Yeah, might be a little while before we get an interview, if at all, from Doon.
And we might lose him to the sand dunes over there, mate, but that is cool. There's such a strong community around it. A big community love and support around around their servers and their fellow friends and family out here.
Yep, and first win for him too at a national level.
I know, I was wondering that. It's been a while.
Really good.
Doon's been a great winner at some of the junior stuff in years past.
Yep, plenty.
But, look, mate, there you go. Scenes of jubilation up on the sand dunes from here at Piha. They are ecstatic with Dooney not only taking out the national event, but doing it on home turf. Is pretty cool.
Yep. Congratulations to Doon.
So,
and nothing better than watching a local surfer win at their local break. I think that's always pretty cool.
You'll see the car park there. Well, don't break the magic board. Oh, look, photos on the paparazzi again. It's sort of already. But scenes of jubilation. So much the same for our champions today, Ella Williams. And now, so Ella Williams taking out the Super 16 championship for the women's. And now Mr. Doon Kennings taking the win here at Piha Beach.
And I might have to duck out, Gav, to go and do some official...
make sure things are sorted behind the scenes there, mate. I'm going to enjoy this beautiful vision
I'll
from Piha.
I'll go and see if I can find Ella and see if we can get her over here for an interview.
Indeed. And we can enjoy the vision there of, mate, how good is it to watch one of our younger surfers coming through and so happy and stoked to take the win here at home. Doon Kennings, he's always been an amazing surfer locally. He's been a great junior surfer, and congratulations to him. And, of course, Ella Williams as well, taking the win here at Piha for the Super 16, presented by Skinny's Sungel and Volkswagen. Big thank you to, of course, all the supporters of Surfing New Zealand. You see there, Doon Kennings taking the win with a 15.36. Surfing his way through those quarters and semis. Commanding heat numbers all the way through. Looked in form all day long and has carried that form through to the grand finals to take the win. And peaking in the final, look at that, was Tom Robinson right on his heels. That last wave for Tom Robinson to put him in a second position, but just not quite enough. Still ecstatic, being congratulated. Young man Doon Kennings. You see his good mate Elliot Poto already, who did join me earlier on in the booth. Absolutely just stoked for his good buddy, his training partner. Those young fellas have been pushing each other all the way through their surf careers. And we can see Dooney just soaking it up now. Bit of a debrief after that win. A massive thank you to everyone from all around the country for joining us here for the Super 16 presented by Skinny Sungel and Volkswagen. It is great to bring you all along here to Piha for the day and celebrate our champions for this, the last and final series of the New Zealand Surf Series. Wrapping it up today. It's amazing, beautiful vision there from Piha Beach. And we see on the ladies' draw there, of course, Ella Williams taking the win with the 14.43. She took the win in the semis of the 15.6, but a commanding heat there for Ella. It was Natasha Gouldsbury, the young lady from Taranaki, having a great run in that final with a 12.13 to take the second. Young Ava Henderson maybe just unfortunately feeling a little bit ill. And I mean, a great heat from her. Ariana Shuri smashing it in the semis to make the final. And great to see our open women's surfing at such a high level here in Aotearoa. Ella Williams, a beautiful victory lap there. Absolutely shredding and dominating on that left-hander. She'll be looking forward to getting home and just preparing to go to the Olympics. And we see young Doone Kennings. So, and that was Dooney, just feeling it at home. He had the flow, had the confidence. So I'll let you enjoy this vision from the Skinny Sun Gel replay. I will go and grab our champions and we will celebrate our winners. Ella Williams, ecstatic. How's it feel, babe? You are our Super 16 champion. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy. It's a great feeling to be winning, and just happy to be here today. I have my family and my friends close with me, so it makes it just even more special. And yeah, it's a great day, so I'm very happy.
Mate, I saw on the shoulders, Tegan bringing you up the beach, and then mum and dad around, and then I saw there's a little happy dance going on down the beach there with the friends and family.
Gotta have a happy dance.
I was like, she's gone straight to TikTok live with the win, I reckon. But so for you now, a bit of a reset, chill at home for a little bit, and then we're off to Olympics.
Yeah, not long now, and bit of a reset, just keep my momentum going, and it's all part of that journey. Got a little month and a bit to go, so just work my way up and keep doing my thing. We
are extremely proud of you. We're going to have all of New Zealand supporting you when you get over there to the Olympics. But today you are our Super 16 champion. Congratulations, babe.
Thank you, Gary.
Sweet, babe.
Thank you.
Ecstatic. So she will be taking that crown home to Whangamata to enjoy and relishing the opportunity to then go and represent New Zealand at the Olympics. And we'll just settle right here. I think we'll manage to pry Doone Kennings away from the keyhole crew. We'll make sure we get a hold of him. We'll get a Phoenix or Ganks into him before he has too many of those other refreshments. And we will celebrate our other winner. And I've managed to get Doone Kennings out of the 10 at the keyhole, mate. How does it feel, buddy? You're our Super 16 champion.
Mate, it's been a long time coming. I've been putting in a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
And feels great, eh? I'm so stoked.
There's been some iron sand training. I've seen the work you've done, bro. You're on the tools now as well. Yep. Keeping fit, but grinding away on that. But mate, you cannot be more stoked. First time for big nationals. It's been a long time, junior career, but now, mate, this is the big leagues now, and to take out the Super 16 at home.
Yep.
Well, this other home, we know you come from Whangamata as well, mate. I feel like you're one of the lucky few that gets to be part of both coasts, but Keyhole are going to celebrate this win for you.
Yeah, this one's for the tradies and for Keyhole. We're on the tools, we work hard, but we still can charge, and I'm just so stoked, eh? Stoked that all my crew were there watching and got carried up the beach by my best bros, and it means so much, eh?
Mate, I can see how proud you were. Elliot joined me in the booth later on. He was like, look, I just want to see Dooney go for broke and that. And I saw you locked in that. I mean, you got the excellent, the good waves locked in, and then you started going for the big ears. Yeah. You obviously felt the confidence. And you're like, look, I'm just going to lay it all on the line.
Well, I actually couldn't hear out there, so I didn't know what was going on. And I was like, maybe I need to do a big punt. But then towards the end, I thought I was in the lead, and I was watching the other boys, and they didn't get any waves, so I got in. My boys were running down the beach, and I knew I had it, and so stoked.
Mate, I love the big claim in the knee-high water, the big Tommy gun out there. Yeah, so you were feeling it as effort, mate. So congratulations, Doone Kennings, our Super 16 champion. Yeah. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here at Piha Beach for the Surfing New Zealand Super 16 presented by Volkswagen and Skinny Sun Gel. Massive thank you to everyone from around the country and abroad joining us here on Sky Sport Next, Sky Sport 9. I hope you've had a great day On behalf of myself, Surfing New Zealand, stay safe, stay well, and we'll see you next summer. Yoo!